Welcome to TennoCon. Here we go. Guess we're not talking whispers in the wall. He's doing. Alright, the stream looks good. How much?
25 for the digital pack.
Do you want to grab it? So it's up to you if you want to grab it.
Give me a second, I'm just reading it. It does include the borrow relay ticket. You'll be able to trade 2 cats for everything that Borrow sold. It's open at 11 a.m. until July 27th, 11 a.m. His relay will be open for the TennoCon. Thank you. Legacy. Oh, never mind. You missed it. Well, here is my theory, or suggestion, I should say, is that you do the pack on your side, because when you go to borrow Couture, you'll have the ability to buy more than I would, especially with your 36 million there, and then you'll be able to actually use it better, and then we can just stream everything else. That would be really cool. So if you feel like getting that slot, I would say go ahead and do it on your side. Okay, so let's see here.
So it's into the void, now me girls and me boys, from mother's hands we go. We'll be sailing to the sun till the voyage is done, then we'll be sleeping in the cold below. Sisters below, below, we're going where the winds don't blow. Yes, we're all bound down to the deep, and we'll all be sleeping in the cold below, below, sleeping in the cold below. Our sailing ships for the hard and the quick, we roll our load and go. There's a living to be made, or there's hell to pay when you're sleeping in the cold below.
Wow, that's really cool.
Sisters below, below, we're going where the winds don't blow. Yes, we're all bound down to the deep, and we'll all be sleeping in the cold below, below, sleeping in the cold below. There's a man on high with the devil in his eye and a golden hand, I'm told. It can hurt you, it can hold you, he can kick you or console you when you're sleeping in the cold below.
This is so awesome. They get phantom like horses that charge forth and do viral damage on this warframe. The goth is cool. I like it. She's something else. Look, Legacy. She releases the horses as part of her super. That is so cool.
Oh, sisters, you so wise and true. When it's my time to go, won't you lay me down under granum crowns, and I'll be sleeping in the cold below, below, sleeping in the cold below. Sisters below, below, we're going where the winds don't blow. Yes, we're all bound down to the deep, and we'll all be sleeping in the cold. Sisters, below, below, we're going where the winds don't blow. Yes, we're all bound down to the deep, and we'll all be sleeping in the cold below, below. Sleeping in the cold below, below. Sleeping in the cold below. Today we sail on the solar rail, for there's much we just don't know. So farewell with a kiss, then it's fast for the mist, till we're all sleeping in the cold below.
Sup, Tenno? 90 Zach here. Wondering how you can get your free virtual items through the internet? Just from watching Twitch or Steam? Let me tell ya. Safety's off and destroy your enemies with the AX-52 rifle. By watching TennoCon between 11 a.m. and 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time, you'll receive this gun absolutely free. That's a lot of gun for not a lot of work. Once Tenno Live begins at 4:30 p.m. Eastern, that drop is totally gonna switch to the Sarin Prime. Watch for 30 minutes and you'll receive this Prime Warframe for free. Spread those spores and watch those damage numbers go up over $19.99. Never gotten a Twitch drop before? Tell the fam to get off the phone and hop online. Linking your account is wicked easy. Just head over to www.warframe.com/Twitch. Log into your Warframe account, follow those instructions, and you're set. Tubular. Watching on Steam? Just make sure you're logged into your Steam account before watching, and you'll be rewarded with item tokens right to your Steam inventory. Once you claim those tokens, log into your Warframe account, and your new items will be waiting for you. Isn't technology wild? That's all for me. Stay cool and enjoy the show, Tenno.
Everybody knows there's nothing like a delicious slice of Big Bites pizza. And it's perfect just before online hits the stage. My favorite bite? Pepperoni with extra cheese, of course. What's yours? Let's connect over a slice of Big Bites pizza.
I think we would like to do more of the whispers in the walls.
Good choice.
But we have, on Warframe thingy, they are doing the live soul frame thing, so I'm going to watch that real quick. And, we will enjoy that, yes.
The stream is about to begin.
Are we live? We're live? Yes.
Does this work?
Hello.
Hi, everybody. Hello. Hi. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. Rue, are we good on Twitch? Do we see your little Doyen thing already?
Oh yeah, that's
Oh yeah, where's our little
Got
intro
like a
bit?
cool little hut
That's
with like a
us.
pink cape thing.
all right. Okay. Well, welcome to TennoCon. Oh wait. welcome. Welcome to TennoCon. We are welcoming you today as Tenno, of course, but also for the next 50 minutes as envoys, because this is Soulframe's first ever dev stream.
Yeah. Thank you for being a part of it.
Yes. yes.
Wow, thanks, guys. We are going to share what we have been up to thus far in these early days, some of what is to come. But first, as you may see, I brought quite a crew up here. I think this was the max amount they would let me have, but we thought for the first one, let's make it a party. So if you can just go around and say who you are and what you do on Soulframe.
Hi, I'm George. I'm the audio director. Thank you. Thank you. A lot of fans. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Just yours.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Scott, and I the lead designer on Soulframe.
Hi, I'm Penny, and I am a designer on Soulframe.
And I'm Sarah, community manager. I may be losing my voice, but nothing was going to stop me from being here. Who are you?
Hi, everyone. I'm Jeff. I'm the creative director on Soulframe.
Hi, my name is Rosa, and I'm art director of Soulframe.
Hi, I'm Steve. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you for being interested in the game. We love you, appreciate you. And yeah, what are we going to talk about, Sarah?
Yeah, so we have a lot to share today. We have some concept art pieces that the lovely Rosa has brought for us to look at. We're going to seek to answer some of our most asked questions, share some development updates, and maybe we're going to have some sneak peeks of what's to come. Actually, not maybe, we are. We are going to have a live gameplay demo in just a little bit.
Joe doesn't have a microphone, but Joe
Yeah.
is here. Joe,
Give it up for
Joe back
Joe,
here
designers.
at the end of the show.
Yeah, Joe.
And it works on the design, and if he gets hit by the enemies, then it's his fault. It's his own fault. Yeah.
But before we get to all that, what even is Soulframe? What is Soulframe, Jeff?
What is Soulframe?
It's an immersive, interactive hotel experience.
Oh?
That's the boring answer is it's a fantasy multiplayer game, action RPG. But I think you guys are familiar enough with us to know it's hard to put what we do in a box like that. You couldn't really say that about Warframe if you just asked what kind of game it was. And I remember a few years ago, Steve popped his head into my office. My office is right next to Steve's. And I know when he gets up out of his seat that it's something a bit bigger. You know, usually if he slacks me something, I ignore it. But when he gets up, I can't. And he just randomly popped his head in my office and said, let's make a fantasy game. And I was like, no. And then he went back to his office. And, but I think he knew what he was doing because he left the bait out for me. And I'm like, wait a second. And I got up and we chatted. And just to give you guys some insight, because I think you deserve it, you know, for why we decided to do this, you know, we started talking about it and said, okay, if we're going to do this, how can we do it in a way that we love it just as much as Warframe? So we started talking about themes that we want to embrace. You guys were a big part of those themes that we discussed. You know, if we're going to make a game like this that involves a community, we really want it to be impactful to the progression of the game. So we started talking, how can we do that? We started falling into these conversations about ancestry and maybe how players can play with each other and have deep connections to each other. Can we put family trees in the game and maybe how players can, as they progress, can see how they're connected. Maybe that adds perks to their gameplay. And, you know, okay, if this is a fantasy game, there's a lot of tropes in the genre. How can we make it different? Well, let's embrace things we love. So you'll probably see lots of, you know, Ghibli.
He said no until I said, we'll make it like Princess Mononoke,
true,
I swear.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, yeah, okay, I can do that.
And, you know, we decided we really wanted to have you guys, when you play it, be, you know, kind of have a deep role in the progression and change in this world and kind of healing it. So once we said heal it, we're like, oh, okay, let's double down on that. And I think we wanted something optimistic, something that has lots of themes of redemption. And yeah, and I think we kind of fell in love with it.
A lot of animals, too.
And what's that?
A lot of animals, too.
And a lot of animals.
A lot of cozy animals.
A lot of cozy animals.
Yeah, I think we got more coming, obviously. Yeah, I think, I don't know how you guys are all feeling these days, but the world's kind of a cynical place, and you can't really like things without being made fun of, and there's a lot of cynicism around, and I think for me personally, this is kind of like, what if there was a place where like everyone gets a second chance and there's a redemption arc for everyone? You know, it doesn't all have to be dark and gloomy and bitter. And I think that's kind of what really has excited me so far about the preludes that we're doing, which is people are picking up on that tone, that kind of optimistic, really what original fantasy is about, which is this kind of rejection of modernity, rejection of cynicism, and really like believing in magic. So I think that's kind of how we're approaching it, at least from the heart side.
Yeah. Absolutely. And then we know what we did by calling it Soul Frame.
We were going to call it.
We know what we did.
We're going to call it Elden Frame, but I thought that'd be confusing. No. So Soul Frame's a little, more clear, isn't it?
I think our number 2 name was Fantasy Frame. No, we can't do that. So Scott, is this a Souls game?
No, it's not. I would say it's like a more casual approach to a Souls game. It still has the deep mechanics and the deep mastery of the combat, but it's easier to pick up and less punishing.
So it's made for like me, basically, because I cannot get past the Godskin Duel right now. I got to build some sleep pots. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so if you don't know, we first launched access to our early build of Soulframe Preludes. Obviously, we had to call it something fancy. In December to a small group of PC players. Players are invited through email. So shameless plug, number 1. Make sure you have signed up on soulframe.com with your email and claimed your Envoy title. If you're watching in chat, ! Soulframe, that will link you to our site where you can do that. We're currently sending out 2,000 invites every single week. And is anyone in here currently, just by show of hands, in Soulframe Preludes? Is any? Oh,
wow.
Yeah,
Nice.
that's actually a lot of you guys.
Thank you very much.
Aw, okay, well, I definitely want to talk to you all after this. See what you think.
Wasn't it great when we added a map in the game?
That was a big quality of life change this
Yeah.
year. Yeah, we love a map.
Maybe a sprint toggle would be nice.
Yeah. So yeah, Preludes 5 was released to Preludes players at the end of June. And after this day is over, we're going to be hard at work for Prelude 6. We've been following a monthly-ish update cadence. Yeah. And lots of hot fixes in between. So yeah, today we're going to show you some of this and some new stuff that's coming soon. And yeah, so since December, Preludes has sort of become its own thing and its own community. And there's a lot of people who are so involved. And I actually have some really cute fan art I'm really quickly going to show.
Adorable. Oh my God.
This one is by elliecody.k on Twitter.
That is a well-fed sparrow.
That is a healthy
Very
sparrow.
well.
That's a chunky sparrow.
Very.
Well cared for.
You may see a young Lady Diora and baby Garen. Oh, I've got one down here. I don't think you guys can see it.
So good luck, Garen.
And yeah, we have another one here by Stallard D.
Nice.
So pretty. And oh no, who put this one in there?
You did.
Quick, someone flip the slide. But actually, this is a small shout out to the official Soulframe Discord server. If you ! Discord in chat, you can join in on the fun and maybe Avocot memes. And a lovely Orangal by Danny W in the Discord as well. So yeah, just thank you guys for sharing such beautiful fan art already. Like, it blows my mind that you guys are already so involved. And speaking of pretty art, we actually have some from the team. And we have our lovely Rosa here. I actually brought up your painting. That's your original art here. I don't know if you want to talk about that one at all.
Yeah, so this art piece was made for our promotion for last 2023 TennoCon.
You surprised us by doing this. Yeah.
Yeah, we wanted to push like the retro 80s film crafted the poster look to the game. So so I tried to paint it with like watercolor and like mixed media with on a watercolor paper, and it took me a few days.
It's stunning. We finally got it framed. It used to be all like taped up in Jeff's office, so now it has the home it deserves.
Yep.
Yeah.
So the TennoCon last year we introduced Garen Rude Fable. So I incorporated the two versions of the Garen and a few ancestors and our star avocado into the painting. So yeah.
We have some early concept art as well to share today. So this is our ancestors. On the sides is Orlik and Tuvalcani, the original sketches by Keith Thompson, who sadly couldn't be here today. We love you, Keith, though, if you're watching. And the middle one is an early concept of Fen Jotar by Munash on our team. Scott, Penny, what are ancestors?
Ancestors are a fun little progression mechanic where we want to tell the story of the world through these interesting characters who have been trapped in the world and haven't moved on. You will meet them throughout the world as you explore. As we said, this is Orlik, Fen Jotar, and Tolbukane. They're all representations of our sort of meta systems like crafting or modding and stuff like that. So we'll see a little bit more of them later on, but I'm sure if you've played Preludes, you'll have hopefully, fingers crossed, met at least Tolbukane and Orlik. If you haven't, I'm sorry. Yeah.
You'll hear us talk about ancestors a lot, but this is just a way for us to kind of hopefully add a bit more thematic progression to the game to reinforce the world.
Yeah, and the idea is anytime we add like a cool new meta system to the game, we're going to show one at the end of the show, Verminia, that it would come with an ancestor that's distantly related to you, and they have some kind of problem, why they haven't kind of moved on to this sort of rings of the moon, which represents heaven in the game, and hopefully you help them with that, and that's kind of a key element to stuff like crafting and upgrading your gear and learning the histories of the world. So it's kind of builds out your village in the Nightfold that we'll also show. So
each has a unique personality too, right? Through all the voices and all the
got their own music. I mean, obviously DE is known for amazing musical scores, George, and Soulframe's gonna be no exception.
Definitely, yeah. We've spent a lot of time crafting the music so that each region feels like it's its own thing, using a lot of folk instruments and natural and organic sounds as well, all the soundscapes. I said to the team early on that we shouldn't use any synthesizers at all in the game. So it's all natural sounds that have been manipulated.
Hello, how are you?
Lighters for magic and matches and classes.
Watching
and stuff like
TennoCon?
that. And so yeah.
TennoCon. What is TennoCon?
Awesome. We have
Warframe?
I don't know what it is.
Big day.
Scott, what are these? What are we looking at?
These are the packs of the game, so these are basically the physical representation of the classes of the game.
All right.
So these will
I
basically
downloaded
you'll unlock
Warframe
them
last night,
as
not
part of your
knowing
progression,
that there was
or,
TennoCon going on,
unlocking,
and I logged in and they
Omen
gave
Beasts.
me 400
They
platinum and a
basically
bunch of
will
other
be the
shit.
kit of the game, the gameplay kit. So
Gather
if you
like
want to play as a
have,
tank
like,
or
all
if you
this
want to play
shit.
as an assassin,
I'm like, oh,
there'll be
okay.
different packs that you can get. Kind of one of the cool things we're doing with this system is the packs come with an idol, and the idol is basically, if you've played the game.
Listen, we play a lot of
ultimate
games. I can't remember which ones we've all played.
But the interesting thing I think we're doing this time is we're allowing you to mix and match, so you can move your idol to a
I
different
have
pack. So
19 different Warframes.
it's a fun twist.
Kind of like an exalted weapon you charge up while you're playing. Hopefully if Joe doesn't totally suck, we'll be able to see that today as well.
I'm definitely not new.
This was funny because obviously Jeff did the original. I'm not sure if anyone played Dark Sector, which was an early game that we worked on. Yeah, okay, thank you. There's dozens of us. And I had to laugh.
300,000 people
just
almost
like,
watching
oh yeah,
this
and
thing.
then your arm is like all cursed and stuff.
Yeah, it's not
Like,
even
you
the
can't
big
help
part yet.
yourself.
I think again, talking about why we decided
I
to do
got
Soulframe
the
and
new
speaking to the
character
depths of our
with
creativity,
the-
we're like,
We just did the same thing.
we need a
Platinum they
magic
gave me.
arm. You know, like that's what the game needs.
Every game needs a magic
She's
arm.
Magic
interesting.
arm. And so yeah, the cool thing about these two is it kind of reinforces your role as a healer.
her
The ones that you
name's
get from
Jade.
the animals, like the omen beasts, we're calling them, which we demoed
I don't know
last
if you've seen her
year with
or
Garen.
played with her yet.
This is what you get rewarded with.
I have
Is the
not.
kind of new kit
I
that they
have
give you.
seen her. I have
Obviously,
not
the Armored
played
One
her
and the
because
one
I
that
do not
looks like
have
it's
her
cursed,
frames.
those represent kind of
She gets
antagonist
two-
factions of the world.
Yeah, that was one of the questions we got
Aura mods.
last year. Was like, is there?
So you
I wouldn't call this
you
like
get more space
like a
on
dark
her.
path or an evil path in the game.
That's awesome.
But the Ode, which are kind of the conquerors,
I'm really
you'll
enjoying
see
the
more
new
of that in the
Ember
show here.
Warframe.
There is this
She
kind of
is so
progression
cool looking.
amongst their kind of corrupted, polluted technology.
kinda
If you're
quiet there
into
next to
that,
what?
and you want to get your edgelord on in Soulframe, you can. So there's some really great choices there.
Yeah,
Can you hear
we're
me?
hoping to make those choices a bit meaningful on the player.
Sure,
Yeah,
kind of.
This is like a
You're
really
muted.
expressive system as well. Like,
There we go. Ember Warframe
idols
is
get with each
new.
other.
That's what they
It's
have out
really
right now, and it
helpful
is
that players
really cool.
find
She's
their
just
role
really
in
cool
the play,
looking.
but still
Which one?
with new
You didn't
things
say-
in
you
a
didn't
very
Ember
Jade is the new
open,
heirloom.
sort of similar way to like Warframes. You get a lot of time to just find the one that you
Yeah,
like
go
and
to
get
the
and
market,
tempted by
you'll
something
see
else,
her.
but not have to give up everything you've worked for to try something new.
Oh, I literally
Rosa, this
just
is
came
an
out
early
because I
piece by
was
you,
on it. That wasn't there.
which may not be entirely new to the
that
audience,
looks
but it's
pretty
my
dope.
favorite piece you've ever done.
I would've got
stunning.
I would have used my platinum
I
to
think it
get this
represents
instead
our
of the
theme
character.
so well. Can you tell us what this is of?
Yeah, so
Yes,
this is also
she.
one of my
If
favorite
you
art
get
that
it
I've been
for,
working on. And,
if you want to just
yeah,
buy her
it's,
as a pack, it's
when
like
we
$25.
first
But if
worked
you
on
buy
this,
her
we wanted to
with platinum, I think it's
establish,
400,
the first
whatever.
version
Yeah,
of
I
the
had
game when you
400
log in
platinum
and have
No, I don't.
capture the influences and the theme that we and the hopefulness and the warmth.
I'll just get
and
her
the
helmet,
inviting
the
feel
Signa.
from it. So yeah, so my favorite part of this painting was that the fawn is just totally enjoying the sunlight, and
That's all I
the
would
rabbit
want
and
is
the
the
animals
Signa.
surrounded is like just like passed out and dreaming.
I want to say too,
Yeah.
for us in sound, it's so inspiring to see these artworks, right? It's just, it creates all these sounds in your mind. And we went out and did a lot of field recording, actually. London is known as the forest city, so you'll hear a lot of the forest city in Soulframe, a lot of natural environments and streams and forests and all of that kind of stuff, which, yeah, it's great for us, so.
Where did you record the beaver snoring?
That's a trade secret.
You don't have a captive beaver in your house. That's very illegal,
No,
George.
not at all. Not at all. That would be illegal, yeah. No.
Yeah,
Well cared for, I assume.
This scene was important because it's the first thing you see when you log into the game, and this is kind of what we wanted the kind of impression to be.
Yep.
And the number of animals around you is based on your consecutive logins, which is kind of weird and cool. So there's more and more every day that you log in. It's a
Isn't
little
that
cute
cute?
touch. Yeah, just how that works. I think tone-wise, this is interesting because, maybe last year people got the impression we were talking about cozy too much, and I think that's my fault because there really is. I think what it needs is these cozy elements balanced with the suspense and the danger. So we're not making promises that this is like Stardew Valley, and I think you're going to see stuff in the demo that are like that's actually legitimately scary. But then there's moments of levity, and there's moments of softness and peace and connection. So it isn't just one note. It's going to be kind of this ebb and flow. So I wanted to warn you that there's kind of a bit of scary stuff in the demo.
We found some early concepts of the dendrit farmers and the architecture here. Rosa, can you speak a little bit about this and the environment aspects?
Yeah, so this is a concept art that Munoz designed early, and I helped him with bringing back that warm light and the mood and atmosphere to the painting. And yeah, so this is a Dendrit concept of a Dendrit village or the architecture of a Dendrit village or a hamlet that we are
Are
planning.
you guys doing any missions? Or you just
And,
watching?
Dendrits
I am
are
down
a
for
little
anything. I haven't
poor.
logged into Warframe in
A little bit
a
poor.
minute.
So we wanted to make the
Same.
materials that can be easily found for them in the woods or in the
Suppose we could
farmlands.
start off with something simple like killing some enemies.
Yeah,
And the genre was such a
Yeah.
big pivot for us. The stuff like this was really helpful for the world building teams to
Yeah.
kind of understand the setting and the kind of time range we wanted to go for the world.
yeah, and I always try to add like a little flowers growing on the moss and grass because it kind of shows that the flowers can bloom in like a harsh environment, and the nature can be very strong. So.
We have one of the Dendrit forest as well. I feel like I'm in the game with this one.
Yeah,
Also really pretty.
so this is also a concept art done by Munaj, and this is a concept of a path to the Dendrit fort, and you can see the friendly sign that will direct you to the shrine or to the Dendrit fort.
And testing all Steve's cool lighting.
And the cool lighting, yeah.
It's not just mine. I'll take credit for it, though.
And there's also, of course, another part of our world, the Undercity, which you guys saw a lot of last year. And this is an early concept art of that one.
Yeah, maybe Scott, can you kind of talk about what we do with these,
Structure?
Yeah, with the structure and what this is an example of.
Yeah, so the Undercity
Interesting.
and the
So
Glades, if you're in the Preludes, is kind of
the
the dungeon
newest
aspect
person
of the
is
game.
Dante.
This is where we can randomize the environment and really leverage some of
And
the
he
older systems that
scans
we
things
have,
for you. It's
and also
kinda
grow
cool.
those systems. So this is missions will be down here,
For your
exploration,
codex and shit.
puzzle solving, and
That's awesome.
really hopefully some
And then
really
you get
tight,
extra
connections
stuff
with
when you
the
got a
puzzle
fully
aspect of
scanned
the game, the
stuff.
exploration. Players are always constantly
Okay.
finding secrets, and the level designers are actually adding more as we
Yeah,
go.
it says
So
his
it's
passive
really interesting to,
Nocturna
play
scans
through the
targets,
Undercity and all of a
recording
sudden there's a new
information for your
tile again, but
codex.
there's a
Status
puzzle in it
chances
and a
increased by
different way to get through it,
50%
which
on
is
scanned
really fun.
targets.
One of the things we've done with the procedural level system this time around is its connection to the overworld. When we first started working on Soulframe, the dungeons, you had to traverse them to the end, and then you'd be teleported back to the beginning, and that's where you'd exit. So you enter and exit in the same spot.
Hey, I got
Recently,
most of the buffs I need
we,
from the relay.
changed the system to allow you to kind of progress through the dungeon and then
Oh,
out back into
shit,
the
I forgot
overworld
you
into
gotta
a
go to
random
relay.
spot.
Did you
which has
use
been
your
really kind of fun to design
authority?
because the exits are all kind
Nope,
of secret
come on
hidden.
now.
It's like the bookcase slides open and now you
Yeah,
can get
'cause
out. And,
I am a level
Steve's
only
favorite is
8
you're
Warframe.
inside the fort. So all of a sudden you think, oh, I'm done the dungeon, I'm safe now, and you exit
Yeah, 'cause
into
I literally, like I
probably
said,
the most
just got the
dangerous
character.
area we have in Preludes.
Oh,
And I didn't know that
You're
was in
watching their
either,
stream,
so I
they're giving
kind of,
stuff
it was
away.
like 1 a.m. and I was
Hmm?
sort of crapping my pants.
Make sure you're watching their stream. They're
Yes,
giving
so
stuff
the
away.
exits are
Yeah, I'm
randomized.
watching it.
So
I
as
don't
you're
know if I
leaving,
think I'm
you will
linked.
end up in a randomized
know,
location in the
also
overworld, which is
throw mine on a
really,
different channel or a
helped,
different
I think,
tab,
with
that'd
the
be cool.
exploration of the game.
Unless it's on your
I still
phone.
get lost when I
I'm
play
watching
it. It's
it on
like,
my
oh,
phone.
always a new
My laptop
However,
is not charged.
corner to turn
Mine
around.
is
and you're like,
watching
oh, geez, I
it
haven't
on
seen
the
that
right
before. It's pretty
of
cool.
our
Actually,
streams on the
even
left,
working on it all day,
and it's
you
the
get
credit.
lost in that world, right? Which is awesome.
Because I am an
Yeah,
affiliate.
we are trying to go outside of our comfort zone, obviously, and challenge ourselves by building new kind of on top
If
of
you'd
some
like,
of
I
the
can
systems
throw
we
you
thought
up
were
as the
really
third person
good
that I
for
left.
long-term play. Like in Warframe, those procedural dungeons really help the content stay fresh as we built out new tiles.
Nah, 'cause I'm not.
But now the
I'm gonna
context
be
is we
gone
don't
in
really
like
have a
an
mission
hour.
structure. So
Gotcha.
knowing
I am
kind of
getting
when
a
you're
new bid.
done or what you've completed has kind of been a
Oh,
challenge.
nice.
If you started early on in Preludes, you're just
I
kind
used
of
to do
wandering
research.
around
It's
and
time
it's
for
like,
a new one.
okay, I guess I'm done, and you log off. But now we've added things like when you leave a
Are you
dungeon,
Kong?
we show a
Yes, you are
summary
Kong.
and give you some mission complete feedback. When the time of day changes, because
Oh,
the
yeah.
overworld is constantly
Right
on
off.
a shared clock,
This is
Next
Jade.
system.
you get kind of a summary of rewards and that sort of thing. if you're joining up and with Preludes, you'll be suffering through a lot of upheaval as we kind of find our footing for those sorts of things, because it is very different for us from the structure of Warframe, which is launch a mission, 15, 20 minutes later, you're back
if you
in the
you know
orbiter.
how you can see who's in your party. If you look, you just go over mine. I have 2
evolutions for how that stuff works, and
like
we're
an
getting
extra line.
Yeah,
for
and that's
you
really,
guys.
I think, again, not to kiss y'all's ass, but
Regards
that's
to
super important for us to
energy
kind of
siphon, then
feel
your
what's
weapons,
resonating
and then
with
your
you and what's
buddy.
not, and that's why
Mine has
we're
an
kind
extra.
of pushing against our comfort zone and just releasing this stuff so rapidly, because that's what we felt was an important part of Warframe's journey, and we want to steal that for Soulframe.
Awesome. We have one more concept art that came in hot. I think, Rosa, you finished this yesterday.
Where do you see if you got any buffs from the people's?
What is happening in this
bring
one?
up
And does
your-
it have
hit start,
anything to
bring up your
do with a
screen at
certain
top right.
omen beast who may or may not
yeah,
have an
nothing.
affinity for hallucinogenic
I'll hit
sap?
you with one here before I leave.
So
at least
just like our Garen root
Plus, usually sitting here, you get a
Fable,
bunch.
we will have
I've got 3
Bromius
right now
version,
from them.
obviously. So yeah, this is a concept of Bromius attempting to.
That's easy, man. I think.
The-
I was trying to fix my
the
Twitch. For whatever
seed
reason,
of
my
the
picture doesn't come up, but I
sacred
should
sapling
always.
tree that he.
But I
and
don't see anything wrong with
he's
it.
a bit addicted, I can say. And yeah, so he's trying to eat the falling seed, and that's in a heart root arena in a place called Neathans. And Neathans is a place where where it's like underground world made with council trees roots and all tangled and intertwined, and we get to walk around going through all the roots, and we get to this place and see the Bromis here.
Yeah, and like all the stories that we kind of like to tell, it'll have very specific themes that we reinforce in the fable. You know, poor Bromius his role is to protect the trees and be a grower.
An R-bearer.
An R-bearer. Shout out to Sydney, our writer.
Sydney's here.
And, you know, the corruption has influenced him, and he's become addicted to the thing he's
I
meant
need
to
to
protect.
form a
and it's
weapon
causing harm,
again.
So we have to intervene.
Playing these chords is
Penny, how's this
actually really
different
hard,
from
Legacy.
Is there anything you wanted to add to that?
Oh, a lot. Yeah, after I finished working on the Garen boss fight that you would have seen last year, Jeff was like, do you want to do another one? And I'm like, yeah, sure, I'll do another one. That was fun. So we've been just, over the last couple of months, been working on prototyping mechanics for this new fight. We wanted to do something different to what we had in Garen, where it was 2 characters that have a relationship between each other and it sort of resolves between them as the fight progresses, where this one differs is it's just going to be Bromius. You are sort of fighting him as he is descending into a sort of descending on the spiral of addiction, and how he changes, and you're trying to sort of help pull him back. We paused him for a little bit because of TennoCon, but we're going to hopefully be kicking him back off soon with the full force of every talented person on our team.
Yep. Our intention is to get this into Preludes very soon. Yep.
One thing I wanted to add
Yeah, we should.
was
no, sorry.
Oh, sorry. I wanted to add was the mood of it kind of changed throughout this whole week, because it rained
nice.
quite
You
a
bestowed.
lot earlier
Damage.
this week, and yeah, my basement flooded, so I wanted to
damage
put
was
in that damp. Really
also
Legacy, can you-
atmosphere to the painting, so it was really
Can
dry
you
roots
do
in the
We All
beginning
Live
of the
Together
concept,
really
but now
well?
it's
I
like
can't do the
all
notes really
mossy
well, and I
in
know
your
that you
basement?
play
Yeah, I'm like,
instruments,
I
so I'm
feel
wondering if
the
you could
air
try
being
it.
very
All this water
thick.
damage. I want to channel this.
I used to be able to, but it's been a minute.
Like, I gotta put that in the painting now.
Sounds good.
So there's a lot in the works that we have shown you, and that's just a taste of what Preludes is going to be. We're going to show you some live gameplay quite soon, but we haven't yet answered the question most of you have been asking, and yes, I've been seeing it. When can I play? And the answer to that question is... So, yes, we are gradually opening up this Soulframe Preludes build of our game to the public in the fall. That is our hope and dream. And what does this mean? So, anyone, hopefully, by fall 2024, who wants to play Soulframe Preludes and get in, instead of waiting for an invite every single week, we are going to have it open to everyone. And at this point, we'll be leaving our earliest testing phase, I would say. We have done account resets before, and sometime in the fall, we'll pick a date where no more account resets, and everyone who wants to will be able to sign up and play Soulframe Preludes. Yeah.
Exciting. It's exciting.
But if you want to reserve your in-game name, your Envoy title, you should do it today.
We're still sending out invites.
Because we're still sending out invites,
Yep.
and of course, that is a way to reserve, so.
Yep.
And that'll
Even
be
if-
ramping up, right? We'll be, as we get closer
Yeah,
to
we'll
the
be ramping that
open,
up
we'll be
as well.
letting the people that have signed up early and
Yep.
in early.
first, yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yay! Okay, so we're about to play our live gameplay demo. But before we begin, one more time, show of hands. Who is in Preludes in the live audience? Okay,
nice,
can
nice.
you all raise your hands?
What?
Yeah, because we're inviting everyone here in person. We just wanted to thank you for coming out. Yay!
So when you see us around, you don't have to ask us when you can play.
We are going to send
Right.
an
So lost
invitation in the following weeks, and you are
Let's
going to
see.
get an email with more details after the show.
Yeah, I lost the
And
internet connection
in addition to
earlier.
this, on Monday,
I
Monday,
was
July
level
22nd
9.
at 2
No,
p.m.,
I guess I'm
we will be
0.
sending out 10,000
Didn't
Preludes
save.
invites, 10,000 TennoCon, 10.
I get it. Very good.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think I did get some questions about other platforms last night when I was mingling outside the tent. It is going to be PC first. Like Warframe, we can do fast iteration, and we don't have the cert stuff. But obviously, pardon me? We'll have to think about that. But initially,
Jesse
we're going to
took-
be doing.
Page out of Warframe. I would say they would have a better community. Ooh, bestowed on a community list.
Someone asked for it, so
Yeah.
they gave it.
That happens more than you think.
Are you watching the stream, Skip?
Yes, ma'am. So this character heals.
I think what you're going to see
stripped
is the
armor
beginning of
and
the Warsong prologue that we're going to be
also-
shipping later in the year.
Wait, 1 sec. Equipment abilities.
Alien fantasy, which is
Yeah.
it's not just pure
Her
medieval.
one is Paradise
there's this
Judgment,
kind of
creates a well of
little
light that
weird
heals
left turn in
allies
there,
and
like
hurts
D always
enemies.
has to do.
Always.
So there's a little bit of that in there to keep a look at, and it
And
kind
then
of shows this interactive
her second ability is
kind of
lets you
character
cycle
creation
through,
that we want to do with it.
Yeah.
three
and then we're
different
gonna, and then we're going to go wake up and we're going
buffs.
to show you a bit more.
One
work in
can
progress
give
stuff.
strength
Is that a
to your
bad setup or a
abilities,
good setup?
one
That's
gives
perfect.
It's amazing. isn't it?
damage,
that much.
Okay.
and the one
And we'll
gives
probably talk
shield
less than we plan to for the demo because we'll get in trouble. for
recharge
the
and
next
recharge
demo.
delay.
All right, over to you, Joe.
Hope you enjoy.
Then our 3, which does the stripping, the allies of their armor and slows them. Which is just if my character can see it, they get stripped. And then I haven't used the fourth yet, so don't know too much about it.
1 sec, Skip.
Not by nog, but heart.
Oh shit. Another affinity booster. Didn't really need it, but I'll take it.
Yeah, but that person who dropped it probably did, so they get better at it.
Fire Blast egg. I'll take that.
Not by sense, but soul. Your baby's home.
Go now, my brave, for tomorrow will come. This night of war will dawn before sun.
Are you guys still here at the relay or no?
I am, yeah.
Okay, I was like,
I remember her face.
Just trying to figure something out.
why is that woman like?
A copper glow.
Yeah, yeah.
Like amber rocks. A wealth of warmth. And of her locks. A downy cloud blown across the skies. Like night-lark feathers over her eyes. Of honey mead, of spotted dough. Last love she saw was you. I know. Love last it was that sent you so.
Oh shit! My third ability can revive people too. If I see you, I can revive you.
So that was a sneak peek of Warsong Prologue. As I mentioned, it's the intro quest, and what you saw there is how you create the first customization template of your character. There'll be more for that to come, so you can customize further. We're jumping a bit now to a bit of a showcase on how you can get the next ancestor.
The Nightfold. So at the snap of a finger. As you collect your ancestors, it's kind of like building a village within this kind of purgatory plane.
Or end next. So,
yeah, you can walk over to them.
You know Baron
Maybe
of
show
War,
them the
Destiny,
blacksmith.
right?
And
Right.
then just run on into the tent.
So that's pretty much her symphony. But it depends on what version of it is active.
You can hear all the different musical cues
I can
here
give you
that we've been
guys
working on as well.
strength,
Each ancestor has their own.
your abilities, damage,
which is pretty cool.
overall,
I think. A lot of,
or shields.
Traditional instrumentation used and suits their personalities. Same with the voices,
And
custom voices.
they can be activated by
all of that.
both people, by you and the person that controls the character?
Yeah, so this is our crafting interface. Basically, sort of throughout the world, you'll find little fragments of weapons that have been broken into pieces, and you'll bring them back to Tobokai over here to reassemble them. And as you reassemble more, she'll become less self-conscious about herself.
Got imposter syndrome.
And then, yeah, Joe will give us a sneak peek at our arsenal that we'll have probably a better name for, and he'll just swap out some gear and maybe a little cosmetic change.
I don't know what we're watching, but definitely doesn't look like Warframe.
It is whatever their advertisement is. Like, they've been talking about it.
A pet rat. Or not. Well, I'm gonna get ready and take my dog out before I leave.
All good, sir.
and 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time, you'll receive this gun absolutely free. Those instructions, and you're set. Two
Okay, Skip, I sent you a link to soulframe.com, and there you can sign up for your email with your, they call it the envoy name, but basically the name you use is Skipper. And then you'll get a goodie when it comes out as well. But you can register your name early.
Warframe Senior Community Manager. Thank you for coming and watching. And hello, everyone watching from home. Hello. All right. So, Ember Heirloom Collections launched this morning. Very exciting. Ember Prime is also available right now through Prime Resurgence. But you know who else is available right now? Rhino Prime. So wouldn't it be cool if Rhino got an heirloom? Oh. Yeah, our boy Rhino is going to be next up to be receiving the heirloom treatment. And now this is a pretty special one for us, isn't it, Carrie?
Yeah, this one's great. I mean, for us to be able to lead the panel with something from Minky feels absolutely great because, of course, he's the foundation of so much of what we've done on the art side right from the very beginning. So, wicked piece right there, as you'd expect.
Absolutely. We love you, Minky. Thank you for this. So you can expect this in 2025. We'll also be showing more of Rhino heirloom in future dev streams, so you'll want to tune in for that.
Really complicated weapon if you've ever used it. It's got a lot of moving parts on it. Lots of like little arms that move around and articulate. It's got like a little scope thing on the top, and it shoots those huge square projectiles that kind of come back, like they just disintegrate from space and then come back again. So it's really useful for concept art to be laid out like a blueprint like this, so we can see every single part clearly, and then we can just model it. It's great.
Yeah. And Lege was the original.
I guess it's a single player mission. The one that I need to finish, Legacy.
Well.
The one you and I need to finish is a single player mission.
Is Lege watching? I hope
Yes.
Lege's watching from home. Hello.
Yeah.
Also, I apologize to the panelists because I've made this really difficult for you guys to talk about the
Well, might as
Epitaph
well.
Prime without spoiling what's coming up next. Although some of you in the crowd already know what's
Well,
coming.
finish it up, finish it up,
Maybe.
please.
Let's take a look at it fully construct. Yeah. Hey, there you go.
Okay,
Kaz, this is your work. What was it like turning the concept into this gorgeous specimen we see here?
It's always a treat being able to work from a concept that is that detailed, and and then you always end up embellishing a whole lot on top of that because you can't always draw every single little detail into everything. So I got to be able to kind of add some flourishes and just put my own little touches onto it in addition to Lege's amazing art.
The Kaz special. All right, so I know, Kaz, you mentioned that the Epitaph, as we know, is already a pretty complex weapon in terms of movement and what you see in its animation. So why
Do you guys
don't
want to
we
do an
actually take a look
arbitration?
at what this weapon
Real quick
looks
before I
like in
leave?
action? We've got a video here. Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
Ooh,
He's
he
walking
loves
the dog,
that.
so. I don't know how many times I got to tell you that.
Charge shot. That's
Oh,
the
I didn't
one.
hear him
It's also
walk the
got
dog.
a
My headset
custom
was off for a
VFX
second.
as well, and I know we kind of
I
had
told you
to
twice already.
do a bit of upgrading
I
to the animations
apologize.
as well to fit how the Epitaph functions a little bit. So shout out Tim Sorman. I know I think he apologized to you guys for saying like, sorry, we made the Epitaph so complicated. I'll fix it. Don't worry. But here we are.
I forgot about the
The
sorties.
original one, the little arms on the side actually stretch a whole bunch for these animations. So to clean it up for the Prime, I decided that we should probably do like ball joints or something.
Right.
But Tim went further with it and decided to streamline it even more once he got to the animation phase. So just all together, it just ended up being a very bespoke experience with this one.
Yeah, looking really badass too. All right, so what else do we have in this totally not obvious based off of what you've seen already upcoming Prime Access? How about a new Prime Sentinel? Ooh. More specifically, the Nautilus Prime, yes, our trusted Railjack Sentinel, wink, wink. And as you probably would guess with this little guy,
Remind
the
me real
Nautilus will
quick,
be
every time you
coming
get
with
like
Prime
a
Level.
credit blessing
We'll be
or an
coming
infinity
with
blessing, does
signature
it add
weapon,
on
the Vocalist Prime.
time to the one you
And
already have?
Also, some
sorry, what's your
Prime Sentinel accessories. Kaz, we did a little number
did.
here with these. Anything
We got
interesting
multiple
about
credit blessings and affinity blessings. So does it add on
This is
the
a
time every
pretty
time we get a new one? I can't
sentinel
remember.
With some pretty complicated looking accessories as well. We put a bunch of flourishes on
It will
the
refresh
effects on
to
this
the highest
one
it can go.
to maybe
Oh, okay.
match something else a little better.
Also, just so that you guys can understand what you're seeing here, we've got the wings, the tail, and we've also got the mask. And it is being modeled on the Nautilus Prime, but it will be equipable on any and all of your Sentinels. All right. So we've got the Epitaph Prime, Nautilus Prime, the Prime Sentinel accessories. Got some pretty good clues here. Any guesses on who might be the featured Warframe in this Prime Access? Oh my God. No hesitation. Yeah, you got it. That was record speed. Also, probably some cosmic Twitch messages coming through pretty rapid fire. All right, yes. Our captain of the Tempestari, Sevagoth Prime, is our next Prime Access. So, Greg, what were some of the inspirations, themes, maybe even, epochs, time periods that inspired Sevagoth Prime?
Yeah, I think Sevagoth, obviously, there's a lot of allusions to kind of a naval and a sea-bearing sort of theme. So for this one, Lege's concept was directed towards more like 18th century. You see the tricorn hat motifs, maybe a little powdered wig, a little braid, the tassels on kind of parade in that naval uniform. And so, obviously knocked it out of the park. Sevagoth is a very complex character,
Yes.
In normal form. And I think the Prime only cascades the complexity even higher. So,
100%.
yeah.
And now another Liger original here. Liger, also the original concept artist of Sevagoth. Now, Carrie, what's it like for an artist to come back to their previous work and get a chance to make something Prime out of it?
Well, it is a bit of a different thing for us because, often an artist does a piece and then it goes out. Sequels and stuff.
Yeah. And this is crazy. The Exalted Shadow. Yeah, Kaz. Kaz has got the
I'm a fan.
got the claws on lock there. This is obviously very, very cool. What was the direction of the shadow in comparison to Sevagoth? Was there some kind of additional resources or references that were used?
Yeah, you can tell in the concept, excuse me, some of the quilted tufted leathers and fabrics, obviously some, deep sea creatures, some fins, and, the shawl, well, it's kind of almost like a shawl on top of the Sevagoth Prime, so it really kind of exaggerates the profile and makes it much more regal and, blending both the creature and almost like a parade uniform. And, so really bringing up the feeling of kind of a regal, royal, and parade uniforms.
Ooh, we love that. On the left there, we also see kind of like a rough sketched outline of what I believe is base shadow. So how does the team create such extravagant designs that can still fit on the base mesh that is already need to consider, this is a playable character. It has abilities, it has its own set of abilities. You still need to be able to see, nothing needs to obfuscate player's view. So how do you guys go in achieving that and getting something like this?
Something like this is probably something you do after you've been doing it for a long time. That does help. But, the premise is still if you were sculpting with clay, you'd have the wire armature at the bottom, and that's how your arms and your shoulders and everything move. And that's still, the major points. But then beyond that, it can get more and more complicated as time. And I think, Greg, you've had to do these things for years and years. So, is there 3 top tips for that?
There's really no secret. I think there's a lot of trial and error. And, We use a software like Basecamp that tracks the entire progress of a task, and we were just talking about it earlier.
We were.
In backstage, and when you review a particular asset and the steps it goes through back and forth, sometimes it's a little bit of just hard work and a lot of perseverance, and we can kind of get it there, and it really comes together in the last 25%.
Yeah. And come together it did, because this is a crazy. We're gonna maybe get a little bit of a closer look at it later. But why don't we get into an accessory coming with Sevagoth Prime Access, which is our first Prime Signa to ever come in a Prime Access. And I also believe this is the first Signa style where we kind of divert away from the Halo stylings that we've been doing thus far. So why did we want to take a new direction with it with Sevagoth?
Because we were trying to take some stylings from the character himself, and we thought it would be just cool if you could put this plume on any character, because why not? It's cool.
Yeah. Everyone can essentially become a cool, really regal pirate, I guess, at the end of the day. We've also got, we're going to transition into some in-game shots here. We've got, of course, the model here. And I think, as you had mentioned, that there was some pretty interesting things going on with that like golden sheen that we also see on there.
Yeah, so we noticed this on the character. The character artist was doing something really interesting. Usually with emissive, that tail is emissive, by the way. We just put black as a background so that the emissive color comes out more boldly. But the character artist actually put just the gold underneath it and let it shine through a little bit. So you get this beautiful, like, ephemeral look of just this gold gleam over everything.
It's honestly stunning. I was running around with it in the dev build the other day, and the feathers bounce around with you, and you get that beautiful sheen coming through. So good job, Kez. Good job, team. All right.
It's character team.
Character team. Shout out. All right. Do you guys want to see Sevagoth Prime? Yeah. All right. There's our boy. Yeah. Beautiful, beautiful boy. All right. Antonio is a wizard, because taking this from concept to what you're seeing here is absolutely. Also, you can now actually see the back of him, which was something that you guys didn't see in the concept, so you can see even more of that extravagant kind of design coming through there. As you mentioned, Greg, Sevagoth's base model is fairly complex as is. So how did you guys make it possible to kind of push the limits of how Sevagoth could look?
Yeah, I think each prime is its own unique challenge. We obviously want to preserve some of the original for pretty pragmatic Tenno-gen reasons, right? So some people want to mix and match the outfits, prime parts. But in the case of Sevagoth Prime, the rework was quite extensive. There's a significant amount of the vanilla body underneath, so you'd be able to swap stuff. But in order to kind of serve the design, and it's not such a significant departure in terms of the themes, but I think this prime in particular is very, very special. Again, Sevagoth, the original Sevagoth, is a complex one.
Yes.
And this one just kind of ups the notch a little bit. So yeah, it's again, I think with my previous answer, there's no real secret sauce. It's just kind of judging what we can keep and what we can rework. And Sevagoth Prime is an example where we put a lot of effort into really jazzing him up significantly.
Yeah, and he's stunning. Now, remember how I mentioned the little guy in the concept? Well, if you are a Sevagoth player, you know about his passive when you're down. So he's got a really crazy tombstone. I don't feel like it's correct to call this a tombstone. It's too nice. And Sevagoth is going to have to open up his own personal museum of himself with all the tombstones he's racking up at this point. But we got kind of like a little bit of like a Grecian styling here. Were there any other kind of like references used? It does look like a museum piece.
Yeah, I think Antonio kind of took parts of the original mesh, and then you can see in the concept we wrapped this cloth around it. It's, it's not really a tombstone at this point. It's more almost like a shrine or a pedestal.
Right.
It's like vanity times 1,000, I think. But I think Sevagoth deserves it. So
100%.
It looks amazing.
It really does. And now, while Sevagoth is living lavish in his tombstone, Shadow Prime is going to be hard at work trying to bring him back. Yeah. Yeah. Those claws are crazy. Are they bigger than the base Sevagoth, or are they just cooler?
Well, it is hard to have anything look worse when it's in gold. So,
Great point, Carrie. Great point. Shadow would probably make a really good Lunaro player. He's basically got arcadas for arms at this point. All right. So, also the tail. The tail is really fun. The tail does kind of swish around a little bit when you're moving around. It's really fun. All right. We are going to... So we've seen every single piece of Sevagoth Prime in Sevagoth Prime Access. Now, why don't we get a 360 look at Sevagoth Prime and his Exalted Prime Shadow. There he is. We'll give him a spin. All right. So, to recap, we have Sevagoth Prime, his Exalted Shadow Prime, the Epitaph Prime, the Prime Signa, Nautilus Prime Sentinel, the Sentinel Prime accessories, and those are all coming in our next Prime Access. All right, we're gonna let him complete his spin there, but it wouldn't be an art panel without, what's that? The Tempestari Prime? Did I just hear you want a Tempestari Prime? I guess a Prime Captain does need a Prime ship. Carrie. I don't know. That's a big ordeal.
Well, it's an idea.
It's an idea. It's an idea. All right, I'll keep that in the back of our minds. It wouldn't be an art panel without showing you guys the next deluxe skin, right? All right, we're gonna introduce you now to Caliban Deluxe. Let's see our boy. Yeah. Yes. What an upgrade. Oh, my God. Okay, so there are some very cool themes here. What were the main source materials for Caliban Deluxe?
Yeah, I think the original Caliban is sort of a character out of Shakespearean play. And it kind of portray it as a half human, half creature. So those are the themes we were exploring at the very beginning when we were concepting this. So something was settled on, that kind of the duality, and that is what Caliban, the original Caliban, is as well in Warframe. So here it's sort of a medieval armored soldier, and maybe a bit of like a sea creature from the deep, from the swamp. Kind of blending those two elements together.
Right. And now, Carrie, how does the team go about choosing deluxe skin themes for Warframes while still kind of honoring and maintaining the core visual elements of the Warframe, and obviously more specifically Caliban Deluxe here?
That is definitely a group effort. Like, Rebecca's very involved with that step as well, and there's lots of people who identify with each Warframe quite well, so that it's well advocated for, and you work your way through ideas and thumbnailing stage, and there's lots of ways to step yourself towards that, which is what we need to do.
Right.
Pretty sure you'd want to make a point on one of the other themes for it.
Oh yeah, well, you try to settle down on a main theme, and over what Greg mentioned early on, we decided to do more of a Death Knight kind of vibe on this one. Still trying to keep some characteristics from Caliban itself. So you have the middle section still open. We went a bit more overboard with the VFX there. And all his accessories are going to be also inheriting some of this.
Marco, you're spoiling things for people. So yes, a core element of Caliban's kit, as you may know, and kind of lends to his sentient nature, is of course his lethal progeny Conculist, which, as you can see here, have also been deluxified. If we come back over to these, yeah. Yeah, so from their heads to their toes to their baton, they don't have toes, to their baton arms, they got a completely new look. And you guys really went the extra mile with this deluxe, because I think originally the Conculus maybe weren't going to get deluxified, and then some you guys are like, nah, we got to pull it all the way through. So how did you go about creating such a complementary companion to Caliban Deluxe?
Well, you you still try to keep some of the characteristics from the original character. In this case, the armored look. We still have some of the cloth in the back. Of course, you have to still go over with the rig of the original asset, which
Right.
in this case was the Conquest. But we gave them baton arms or back scratchers.
Yeah, back scratchers. All right, so
Hashtag is drop,
obviously we
everyone.
need
Watch it, make sure
a
you don't miss out on
equally
your stuff.
deadly
Oh, there's the
weapon
X
skin to complete the look. So this brings us to this insanely cool Scythe Deluxe skin. Kaz, tell us a little bit more about this.
Yeah, so on the character, there's a lot of like fleshy
So it's
areas
in the
and
market
stuff.
somewhere?
We kind of want to change those
Welcome
areas
to the
into
market.
something that's not flesh, because you don't have a weapon that's made of like your arm or something. That'd be weird. So we kind of leaned more
Wow, they
into
redid it
the
entirely, huh?
hard materials and stuff with this one.
I have no drop for the
ethereal kind of look to it. So we've got the
'Cause if
top
you
section
didn't
is
claim
actually
it, you're not gonna
floating
get
on
it.
the effects there. And this folds up just like the original, the Venato.
Yeah.
But it is a
Is this
site
what I'm
skin
getting? The
for all.
TennoCon digital pack?
So styled after the
that's it
Venato,
right there.
but skin for all.
Yes.
All right, so a deluxe collection obviously wouldn't be complete without some kind of cosmetic accessory as well. So why don't we transfer the haunting aura of Caliban Deluxe into an ephemera? Yeah. What?
All right, I'll grab it.
Well, you follow the same theme of this summoning that night, and in this case, maybe the souls he is picking from right there available to him.
Oh, we love it.
I
Look at
am
those
trying
guys
to
go.
do that
Oh my
now.
goodness. All right, so that's not all for Caliban, Tenno.
They spent
You'll want to tune into Tenno
a
Live
bit of time
to
learning
learn more about Caliban's future.
how to live.
Ooh. All right. So since we see Caliban hanging out in Albrecht's laboratories, living his best life, we're going to switch it up here, and we're going to have a look at some of the foundational concepts that brought us the labs and the man-on-the-wall environments from the Whispers in the Wall update. So we're going to start with this one here. Marco, this one's really cool. What are we looking at here?
These were very early steps into the Man in the Wall project. In this case, we knew we were going to tie them to the
TennoCon
labs.
has been
So
purchased.
we
What do I
took
do
what
now?
we had at the time, which was the Demos hall.
That is a
and try
good
to
question.
represent
But you have
the Man
533
in the
flat
Wall. In
now.
this case, start ideating what would it look like. In this case, literally overlapping
some
to our
flat anatomy?
reality and breaking the walls and coming through the walls.
Yeah, opening up that door into something
by the end of
like
the day.
this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gradually, you try and picture what's on the other side. And in this case, you have this weird kind of labyrinth skybox on top, some of this floating weird architecture.
Right.
Initially, we
I wonder
went
if
very
there's anything
generic,
free right now.
like floating pieces and bits. And gradually, we tried to integrate some more architectural pieces from the brutalism architecture.
Ooh, yeah, actually, we see that we're starting to kind of see that in here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and also poor Excalibur.
Those are very huge.
It is, yeah, it kind of gives you an idea of what you guys were going for in terms of scale, like really making this tile set feel impactful and kind of dreadful at the same time, right? Like bigger than you, bigger than anything.
All right, I'm going to send you an invite. I'm going to see if I can take you the relay with me.
Like a happy person or anything. So
Very fair.
Okie dokie.
Oh, glad you brought that up, Carrie, because we can't talk about these environments without actually talking about the man on the wall himself. Yeah, this is crazy. I know there could have been like a million different ways you guys could have gone in integrating what we know the man as the wall, man in the wall as
it should
now.
be the,
so how did you guys settle
where
on
what's his face
those
was, where we
particular
were?
elements pulled from our boy Wally?
Because if you read it,
Well, I
if
mean,
you
at-
pull it
at
up
the
and you
beginning,
read it,
we
it
were
says,
looking at a lot of
it says,
body horror aspects
what's his
and stuff
face's
right
name?
down close. And,
Borrow Katir.
You do.
So you wanna go to borrow?
To be honest, like what is achievable? If you have
Go
do,
to,
like, a character
no, I'm
sculpt
saying
for
read it.
everything,
It says
that's
borrow
not going
Katir
to get
on the
done
area of where
now.
you could go.
So we simplified in the foreground, but there's a lot of those elements in the skybox and similar, and you can see how we sort of made progress.
Not physically listed location of
We're seeing a bit more modalism that you guys were talking about.
Did you see it? It
A
says
lot of
borrow
stairs and
Katir's
ramps that don't really
TennoCon
go
relay or
anywhere,
borrows
maybe
TennoCon relay over there on the right.
foreshadowing our prospects here, but we also see that a little bit more in here as well.
A lot of overhead and floating pieces as well.
Yeah.
In the environments.
Yeah. And I guess that also would have lended over to the Murmur faction too, right? Okay.
Very much wound up being a cross-pollination.
There we go.
Awesome.
To Tenno.
All right. So I believe.
And Con.
Do I have one more? Nope. Oh, we do. This is kind of getting to more what we're
It was kicked
familiar
from
with
your
now, as we roam around the Man on the Wall tile set. So we also added something here too, I believe.
Gradually, you try to add elements to the
I am
original
glad
theme.
you
In this
are
case,
back.
we
The
started
full-on
implementing
ordnance has
sand
many,
floors
many
and sand floating up,
opinions.
weirdly enough.
Why does it flow up, Marco?
Well, we know it's a void dimension. It doesn't really have a specific time flow as we normally will look at.
Eternalism. Eternalism. All right, so from concept to execution, there are obviously many stages to how a level actually gets built. So let's take a look at the part of the fragmented arena where we went from, gray boxes here to what you kind of know it as now. And we're going to see a bit more of that sand going the wrong way. But man, lighting and volumetric fog makes a huge difference.
It really does help. Yeah, we can't say enough. Like, thank you, graphics
Jeez,
programmers.
if he can find
They're
them.
great.
Yeah, thank you for that because it really
He's somewhere
brings
in this mess of people.
certain kind of moodiness and liveliness to these tile sets while you're hacking and slashing away there. And
props to the environment team and
Absolutely,
yeah.
It's a team sport all the way down. But
yeah, which there you go. You can see their lovely names of the wonderful people who worked on that particular tile. So yes, please applaud them. Please, they deserve it. They deserve their flowers. Absolutely. Oh, that gave me chills. All right, so we've seen how the Man in the Wall sausage is made. It's time for us to explore Albrecht's laboratory, since these two areas are very highly intertwined, of course. What were the early days of mapping out Albrecht's laboratories like?
Well, we were working from some of the prior work with Deimos, so you'll see a lot of the same bones, but of course this has far more flourish. And there was, what would a mad Victorian scientist in a sci-fi world wielding void energy do?
A lot of things, apparently, and a lot of really neat machinery to accomplish those tasks. Some arcana and whatnot. Time seems to be a very important theme here.
Yeah, if you need to time your eggs or go back in time, you've got your machine right there.
Thanks, Albrecht. All right. Also, obviously, actually, before we get to that, we have this, of course, the streaming connector. So what bridges the gap between the Sanctum and Atomica and you actually entering Albrecht's laboratories. And this is a crazy area. Like, we're only in there for so many seconds, but it's just, there's a lot happening. And I really want to know how you guys go about concepting something that's going to obviously have so much movement and impact.
I think that one actually, Rebecca may have mentioned some of the early type of like gyroscope and clock connections and stuff like that. Then you kind of rough it in the space, and then you do a few versions to give yourself motion sickness. And then once you get past that, you start to get into sort of the same ornate family that you see in a lot of other pieces.
Right. Yeah, like Iotans, a lot of those highly moving parts that we've seen already in Warframe.
Okay.
All right. Now,
I have a good solid
once you
10
actually
minutes
get
that
into
I
the
can
labs,
do.
you get to see a bit more of that opulence, that classic Entradi stylings, and not only that, we also, of course, get very familiar with the vessels in these areas. And
wow,
this is a
look what Orders gave you.
Concept of the vessels. So how was that process like?
That's the stuff
Initially, we didn't
TennoCon.
start as vessels. We were thinking about Albrecht potentially taking elements from the Man in the Wall dimensions or parts of it and bringing it back to the labs and running experiments or research in general. So yeah, you will have different body parts looking things happening in the lab.
All that.
Yeah.
And
I don't know if
that's
button I
actually what
pressed.
sparked the the idea to make
I'm sure you can't delete it, so.
a whole person or a whole feel
So the
about it,
TennoCon part
and
starts
which
at
became
4.
the vessel later on.
4:30.
We put all the pieces together, the heart, the
If
brain. I know
I'm
there's a brain
correct, but
floating
I'll double
around there
check
in the
for you.
tiles. And yeah, we get to see a little bit more of that kind of exploration here as well.
Yeah, and I think help to that idea was the fact that we were doing a hub around it. So we had to fill a very big space.
That was a very iconic moment where you're coming down out of the staircase, you go through the doors, and then he's kind of leaning, and it was the thing that kind of checkmark for the scene. It all worked, so yeah. Thank you, Alberto.
Thank you, Alberto. Yeah, those really impactful moments. And here is kind of like where we're seeing ultimately where we landed with the vessels, a bit more familiar to what we know it as now. And then I do believe we also have a very cool progress video of Albrecht's Laboratories with a tile that prominently features the vessels.
Excavations are fast.
It's amazing to see. And this is only 40 seconds of a video, but this is like potentially months of work put in from the team.
At this step, a lot of like the Lego pieces, so to speak, so like the walls and
Here's
things
the
like that,
schedule.
well established. So parts of it click in pretty quick, but
that's fine.
The work to get to the point where these things can go
3
quickly
missions.
it's a huge
Yeah,
process.
you can do that.
Absolutely. And again, that lighting coming in the volumetric fog, just making it so
Rewards look
moody.
nice.
Yeah, and there's the sand again. It's back. All right. Yep. Again, another applause for our wonderful team.
Don't start it just yet. I gotta switch out my character because we need our best stuff.
And we can't talk about Whispers on the Wall without talking about 1999, right? So
I love this piece. I just want to say that.
no, it's one of the, and it's also one of the cooler, well, there's lots of cool moments in that quest, but this is a pretty fun moment of the quest. You're wandering around the labs, you hear that like subway chime, you hear the voiceover come on, and then the next thing you know, it's ripping right in front of you. And it kind of leads us into the really, really cool moment with Arthur.
You can start
And is this the Arthur concept? Is this where you guys kind of envisioned that going in the quest?
This would be illustrating some of the early ideas for the quest, yeah. We hadn't completely settled on Arthur at this point, as you can kind of tell by the head. But, other than that, yeah, this is trying to capture those moments, which I think, folks will remember from the quest fairly clearly.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, yeah, you can see a little bit here of that building out the subway itself. And I imagine you guys had quite a myriad of references to pull from 1999. And was there anything in particular that kind of helped build this subway area up that we're briefly in for a little bit? But
Well, like some of us were old enough to experience it pretty well, so.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. All right, and
we're so glad everybody was able to get here because it
Well, damn.
sounded like a bit of a bad couple of days, so yeah.
it looks like history is repeating itself, and maybe Mike has a magic, I don't know, some kind of look into the future.
Yeah, we didn't have a crystal ball, but, we were thinking about it.
Yeah, things haven't changed much since 1999,
A
but
strange relic of the past.
oh wow. We also see someone's kind of poking their head out there in the window. We also obviously can't talk about this moment in the quest without bringing in our boy Arthur. Yes, we love Arthur. We love Arthur. And also, more specifically, his weapons, which you guys have been asking us to give you. And luckily, if you're watching this panel and the rest of the panels, you are actually earning the AX-52 that you
Not
see
bad
in
little
his
auto
hand
rifle.
right now via Twitch drops. And if you guys are in here right
you
now,
actually
don't worry,
make
we're
good
sending you an
claim for
email
your
with the code. So let's have a look at some of the
I'm
exploratory
waiting now
concepts
because I did go in and
AX-52 now.
try to get
As I
it.
understand it, this was a pretty interesting exercise
map.
for the team on,
I figure there's
going
one more
through a
weapon I can
kind of
master. I should be able to get another
traditional
rank out of this with all the stuff
Everyone on
that's
the
available
team
now.
has different
Like pretty easy
likes and
in a week.
dislikes and like things that they're comfortable with making, and things that they really want to make. People like doing infested. People like
I don't know
doing
what the master
purpose
ranks go
stuff
up
or
to
the
now.
Tenno stuff. There are some people who really just wanted to make some real life weapons, and this is about as close as we're gonna get in Warframe. And we had two very enthusiastic people working on this, people who are big fans of the original real-life counterpart of this weapon, obviously, the AK-47. So it was really cool to see their enthusiasm come through on both the concept and the modeling of this weapon.
Yeah, we can see that we're getting this final concept piece that brought us to, of course, the weapon itself. It's very cool. And again, AX-52, this is yours, guys. It's a full-blown weapon that you'll be able to use. Now, we can't forget about Arthur's melee weapon either. Yes, and this will be a sword skin that you can equip on your swords. Now, the cloth around the ricasso of the sword, I'm not sure. I'm not a swordologist. I don't know what that is. But is it fashion or is it function?
Maybe a little of both. You know, like you got to wipe your sword off sometimes.
Arthur's a style
conveniently red colored. You know, you never know what you're going to be wiping off. Maybe it's just ketchup or something, right?
Well,
spreading some jam on your toast in the morning. You know.
Yeah, Arthur's got to feed himself before he goes out and hacks and slashes all those bad dudes
Why
out
did
there.
you guys start
But
it? And then
were there
nothing?
other kind of embellishments that we explored other than the cloth for the sword?
Huh?
I was not with you guys, so I didn't start it.
The idea of Arthur having a little Tamagotchi buddy is incredible.
I was in the back trying to catch up
at some point. But yes, you will be able to equip this protocol sword skin on all of your swords in the 1999 update. We've also got more 1999 weaponry, and here's something you guys haven't seen yet. Yeah, it's a good one. All right. We've got a camcorder situation going on in there. It's Kaz. What's going on with this here weapon?
Yeah, it's got a little 90s style little flip out screen. You know, it's 90s.
Yeah. And again, this was probably a cool way for you guys to explore a bit more on what we can do, on the tech side of things. How do we want to implement more of that 90s tech into even our weaponry?
Yeah, so all of the textures that we're exploring here are going to be shared across all the weapons and stuff. And we've got these weird tubes going on there. I wonder what those are for.
Oh, can we tell them, or is that not yet? Oh, I see Greg shaking his head. Spoilers. Okay, no, we're not going to get into it. Here we can see it actually. Yeah. Now I really want to know what's in the tubes. Oh, all right. We'll have to just wait and see. And it does bear a similar theme to some other things you may see later on. All right. So we got a bit of an interim here. We're going to look at a little bit more of the 1999 content to come. But before, let's take a moment to announce that there will be a limited time opportunity for players to submit their 1999 themed drifter accessories. So if you are a TennoGen artist, or if you are an aspiring TennoGen artist, I know we actually have a TennoGen workshop. Kaz, you're going to be on that for those of you attending here. I think it's at 3? Yeah.
How many TennoGen people are out here in the
Yeah, that's why I was behind and didn't get to you guys last time, because I didn't realize,
I heard a clap. But if you'd like to, check out the TennoGen workshop. Yeah. But if you'd like to get in some cool 1999 accessories, we will have a more detailed post after Tenno Live tonight, so you want to keep your eyes out for that. What do you guys want to see our TennoGen artists do for 1999 content? There's so much.
Well, obviously shutter shades, all right?
Yes. Okay, see, people are agreeing. All right. We are going to change gears here.
Change gears.
Thank you, Kaz. Put that in just for you. We're going to take a look at Warframe's next vehicle, the Atomy Cycle, but since Aoi was introduced with the Atomy Cycle earlier this year, it only feels right to also introduce you to her floof. Yes, very adorable. We have Arthur, now we have Aoi. Greg, what's it been like for the team to kind of venture out in floofs?
Yeah, these are really fun.
It's been so long that I'm really slow.
I don't want to spoil too much, but these might not be the only things. But yeah, we made one for Arthur, and Don't want to spoil many
Keep it safe. All right, so we're going to take a closer look at the atomicycle that Ali was leaning on. We've got a really cool video to show them. Let's see the atomicycle.
Mike.
Yes. Yes, DE has a lot of motorcycle enthusiasts, and actually a lot of the animators actually ride bikes, which came in handy. And I know, Kaz, you're a fan of motorcycles, and you're also maybe a really good friend of the Stug. So, I'm hearing oohs and ahs. Yes, did the skin change? Yes, there will be skins.
We have a few skins coming.
Yes, we do have a few skins coming.
These aren't all of them, by the way.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, Kaz, keeping secrets. So yeah, tell us, Kaz, what's it been like to bring this new vehicle into Warframe with the team?
So when I got word that we needed the atomicycle ready for the PAX trailer pretty quickly, I decided that I needed to become a motorcycle expert very quickly so that I could lead my artists to create the motorcycle. There's no way I was making it that fast. So I recruited 3 of my guys. It was Andrew, Fyodor, and Vladimir, and we worked together to bring this to life. And then I did the final textures on it, and then we started making skins, and that's the really fun part.
Yes, that's the fun part. And I, as I understand it, there'll also be color customizable to a certain degree.
Yep.
Yeah, and we love that. Yeah. Oh, a clap. We got. Yeah. We love fashion. We love fashion in Warframe. We love colors. All right. So, with such a cool bike, you're going to need an equally cool set of keys. And I don't know if the camera is able to get like a cool shot of Kaz, but Kaz, you always come with the props, and Kaz made a real atomicycle. Well, real. Atomicycles don't exist, but yeah, I don't know if you guys can see that, but looking fresh. Now, obviously, I think we can tell which of the keys is the atomicycle key. Do the other keys do anything? Are they anything special? House keys?
Something scratched out there on one of them. I wonder what that one says.
Okay, take your screenshots, y'all, and try and see if you can decipher that. All right. Now, we also have a video here from our animation team, and I don't believe this is the first time you guys are actually seeing some of the, oh man, yeah, okay, this is the first time you guys are seeing some of this. So let's see a little bit of it. See, wee, yeah. This is very, orthopedic surgeons look away. Yeah, incredible. So that's
been a while. I'm trying to relearn how to play.
Me too.
Just a little.
And I've been playing the alien game, and it's hold left button to do your
Shout out
abilities.
Jay
and
too,
this
who
one's
is
hold right.
also rides a motorcycle as well. So there you go. All right. Now we've got the cool fast bikes. We've got the cool keys. Where are you going to go?
I don't remember how to do a manual scan. Oh, there we go.
What?
I do not either.
What's
in case we're going shopping?
Yes, actually.
Down here, keep that brings
Yeah. A mall in Warframe. This looks very familiar to me because this was my old stomping grounds as a mall rat myself, but this is not what I would expect to see in Warframe. So it's going to be kind of hard for us to talk about some things without spoiling anything, but can we say anything about this hallway? Or not?
Might be very familiar at some point for players.
Okay. Oh, it does get more familiar. Yes, it does. With a little hint of something new, though. This isn't exactly the infested we're entirely familiar with. We went from something like really pristine and polished here to kind of a mess. And I'm just curious, what's going on here? What are we looking at?
Well, we know that the infested are a part of the 1999 experience. So in this case, we were trying to see how we could make them a bit more spicy for this section.
The infested get spicier than what they are right now. Oh my God, I'm terrified. Oh my God. Corey actually let me know as well. I'm going to just read a quote here. you wanted to create anglerfish-like lures to kind of pull out any potential victims. You pulled a lot from arcade games and other electronics to kind of merge in with that infested style, appropriate era TVs and stuff like that, and referenced a lot of jungles and abandoned malls. Maybe one that we are familiar with, but we also got to have a furniture store. Perhaps you're looking for a mattress. Hopefully not the ones you get at Cetus, because they're kind of nasty. We've got, again, not sure how much we can really spill the beans here on, but...
No, there'd be some very upset people who would be showing up later that would tell us, yeah.
Well, let's take a look and see what else is going to be there. Oh, the mall's watering hole. We've got pizza, burgers, and a high chance of food poisoning, I'm guessing, as well. The graphics are very fun for this. Actually, this might look familiar to you guys. Maybe tease this a little bit. Yeah. All right, so you fill up on pizza, you fill up on burgers, you take your greasy, grubby fingers over to the arcade. I can smell this carpet through the screen. It's just feet. This is cool, though, because we have a chance to make some games within a game. Is there any games that we can't really spoil anything about the games?
Well, yeah, I mean, this is some folks' childhood right there as well, so it's an interesting location for us to see, and I think you'll get a kick out of it later today.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah, you will be visiting this later today. Don't be late.
I think everybody expected that.
Yeah, okay. Yes, this is true. All right. We're getting up to our final area here. What's the time looking like? All right. So, now who might you meet in 1999? What characters will you come across? Maybe even in a place like this. How about a new Warframe?
Carcass of my mother.
This is a Keith Thompson original. Keith, hello, Keith.
Limbs of my children.
This is an old one. Yeah, this is an old one. What can we say about Site 09's design here?
Yeah, so this is one of the more original Keith Thompson's interpretations for Site 09. You can probably see we were going for themes of maybe like a weapons specialist, military war veteran perhaps, like an infantry, like expeditionary marine. You can kind of see a bit of like an army boot, bandoliers, layers of armor, obviously Warframed up. Nothing is ever quite so generic in Warframe, but those are kind of the themes we're playing with here.
Right, and I know Keith had shared with me that the pose is pretty integral to his design, and that he couldn't really imagine another frame posing quite like this, so it's going to be a pretty interesting character, I think. And also we see a weapon in Site 09's hand as well. Now, Kaz, is that going to be a weapon that
There are some
players
weeks where
will be
people
able
won't
to
do
grab?
these
Yeah, so
because they're
we,
just
did
a pain in the
make a weapon
butt. But
based on this.
these
We
ones,
wanted to
even though we
change the,
failed,
the
so to
belt
speak,
feed there
on a
so
bunch of
that
these, we
it's
don't
more
actually fail the
interesting
fifth.
from player angle.
So people like doing
And because
things
it's
like this
pretty
week.
flat from looking at it third person and stuff.
Pretty cool,
We
huh?
also wanted to bring some more very Tenno things into
Yeah.
this to give it some contrast with the rest of the 1999 world. So we added a wooden stock and some of our old, like more classic kind of nods for Warframe into this weapon.
Right. And we're not going to dig too much deeper into the weapon, but you might see it later. Now we also kind of took another stab at it here. Yeah, we have a revised concept here by Corey. And what were some of the things that we obviously held true to the original design, but that was kind of reviewed once again for purposes of putting in the game?
Yeah. From what Kit gives us, we still try to get another pass to back view in this case, eventually an out helmet.
No chances. Reinforcements are in.
So that's the extra step to get it closer to
the bells and whistles. You can really see the fabulous details here as well. And do you guys want to see?
So many air support charges, and now it drops in guys to help us.
Yeah, all right.
It's pretty good.
Here's our boy, Site 09. I've noticed that the color scheme has shifted away from the revised concept. What was some of the thinking there?
Not really. Nothing special.
No thought.
Just stepping away maybe from more grunge colors.
Something a bit more neutral. Yeah. Anything else we can say about potentially what players could expect from him in terms of maybe abilities?
Ask people later today.
Sorry, I'm trying to learn, trying to get things out of you guys. All right. This is very cool, very exciting for us. This is Site 09 is going to be coming out with the 1999 update. Yes, and you might again learn more about him later. All right, we're coming. We're about to wrap up here. So we've made it to the end. We're about to close the panel off, but while we do that, we've got a 360 look at Site 09 here, so you can really get a feel for them. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, fabulous. There is also, I believe, hopefully, hi editorial team, if you can hear me out there, there is an article up at warframe.com that features some of the artists' work and kind of a blurb in their own words on working on some of the things that they saw here. So if you would like to learn more from the artists themselves, you can. If you go on over to that article, and shout out to our artists who wanted to share that with you guys. And yes, you can clap, yes. Thank you so much, guys, for all that you do. Warframe is very special, thanks to you guys, and thank you, Carrie.
Final mission.
Marco?
Thank you to the whole art team. You guys and gals are amazing, and everybody involved, so thank you. And thank you, Danielle, for putting together the presentation. She does so much work to make this look smooth, because, I
Thanks for dropping by the stream today, guys.
They made my life easy because they get to make this cool stuff here, and I just get to show it off to you guys.
Yeah, I'm glad.
So, yeah.
You enjoyed it.
But yes, thank you, Carrie. Thank you, Marco. Thank you, Kaz. Thank you, Greg. Can we hear another round of applause for incredible panelists on stage here? Yeah. Yeah. And like Carrie said, thank you to our art team. We're so lucky and proud to have you share your talents with us and with the community. And we're so excited we got to show you some really cool stuff today. And of course, thank you to the Warframe team in its entirety. And we got a minute here for any final words. Any final words you want to say to the community watching out there?
Thanks for playing our game.
Yeah.
I wonder what these red boxes are.
I think it's a good way to end it off. All right. Thank you guys for watching. We've got the Sounds of the System panel up next with Zach and the sound teams. You're not going to want to miss that, yeah? Enjoy the rest of TennoCon, guys. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you for watching. Have a good one, okay? Bye.
I went the wrong way.
Sup, Tenno? 90 Zach here. Wondering how you can get your free virtual items through the internet? Just from watching Twitch or Steam? Let me tell ya. Safety's off and destroy your enemies with the AX-52 rifle. By watching TennoCon between 11 a.m. and 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time, you'll receive this gun absolutely free. That's a lot of gun for not a lot of work. Once Tenno Live begins at 4:30 p.m. Eastern, that drop is totally going to switch to the Saren Prime. Watch for 30 minutes and you'll receive this Prime Warframe for free. Spread those numbers go up over $19.99. Never gotten a Twitch drop before? Tell the fam to get off the phone and hop online. Linking your account is wicked
Sounds
easy.
good. I'm gonna
Just head
hit
over
for
to
B.
www.warframe.com/twitch.
I
Follow
think
those instructions
okay.
and you're good.
I will
Watching on
hit it
Steam,
with you because
just
two of
make
them
sure
are
you're logged
getting
into your Steam account before watching, and you'll be rewarded with item tokens right to your Steam inventory. Once you claim those tokens, log into your Warframe account, and your new items will be waiting for you. Isn't technology wild? That's all for me. Stay cool and enjoy the show, Tenno.
I got lost.
Seems like it's pretty easy to do that in here. Beacon. Not today,
Tenno just made it easier than ever to get connected and stay connected. With only 4 compact discs, you can get all of internet at your fingertips. Create your very own stuff space page. A space to put your stuff.
Virtual message for you.
Feeling overwhelmed? Don't worry. Here to help you is our virtual assistant Drippy for all of your KOL needs.
No need for waterworks. Drippy is here to help.
KOL. Get connected. Stay connected.
There it is. The key on the ground. Hey, pick this up.
Despite his pride, Era never could stand alone.
Or scan it? I don't know. I guess
Shoot it.
First by our father,
Shoot it.
then by Palace.
What was it? Oh, was it just like a pot?
Yeah, it's like a pot. You get a salvage, like, or different. Whoop, wrong way. Or different things that come out of it.
Take note. I've lost the trail.
Hi everybody, my name's Sean Slater. I'm the voice of Tagfer on Warframe. Thank you so much for playing. So excited to be part of this amazing community.
Where'd they go?
Tenno conference.
I have no idea, but I'm following the trail, and I have no idea where I'm at. I'm as lost as you.
Micah Mason, and I had the absolute.
Here we go. I think.
My name
Is
is
that?
Micah Mason, and I had the absolute pleasure of voicing. Hey, Tennos. My name is.
Stupid words. Anyway,
I love it when you use the bang make flat. Keep being awesome, and have a great con!
Greetings, TennoCon. My name is Kieran Clinton, and I have the absolute pleasure of voicing this fellow right here. Thank you all so much for coming along this incredible journey with us. For your continued support, your enthusiasm, and your immaculate gameplay. We would not be here without you. Now, on to the next adventure!
Welcome all to TennoCon. This is Stefan Rudnicki, aka the voice of Albrecht and Trotty. I am so proud to be... You are late! I am so proud to be a member of the Warframe family. Welcome. I look forward to seeing you. Don't be late.
Hey there, Tenno, it's Ben Starr here at the Arthur Warframe 1999, and I just wanted to come on here and say, I hope you have an amazing TennoCon. I can't believe that I get to be a part of this community. This game would be absolutely nothing without you, so thank you for welcoming me. I can't wait for us to go on this journey, so let's celebrate it together and have an amazing time. Lots of love.
So, you coming to TennoCon, Alpha?
It's a party, Tenno. See you there.
Amazing. Hello, everyone. Big round of applause for our amazing voice actors who wanted to say hello. And welcome to the TennoCon 2024 Sounds of the System panel. My name is Zach, and we have a fantastic hour of auditory experiences for you all. Before we dive right in, it's my honor to introduce our panelists for today. To my right, you'd recognize that voice anywhere. It's Rebecca Ford.
Hey, everyone! Hello, hello. Thanks for joining. I'm very excited for the panel, Zach. It's going to be awesome.
You too. Next up, a man who loves walks in the park, but mainly just to record the sound of snapping twigs. It's Eric Preston.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for being here. Hello.
On his right, a newcomer to the TennoCon stage, but a master of sound design. Please welcome Mark Perquin.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for coming out.
Next up, a familiar face who makes music for space. It's George Spanos.
Hey, everybody. Great to see you.
Last but not least, a special guest who you have most definitely heard before. It's Matt Chalmers.
Hey, everybody. Thank you.
All right. Shall we get started?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Our first topic of today is music and effects for quests. Let's jump back to December. Eric, Reb comes to you and says, we have an 8-legged creature that players are going to fight. What's the first step you took to create such a unique quest theme?
This was an amazing enemy from the get-go. The concept of it was phenomenal when it came across my desk. And I think the first thing that we started thinking about was what the voice would sound like. The writers put together a really cool language called Void Tongue. And I think naturally we're like, yes, we need to do Void Tongue. So a lot of his barks, ability barks, are all based in that language. And Mark and I actually did a session for that where we recorded a lot of the dialogue, and then it's kind of manipulated and pitched down to eventually form the final sounds that you hear when you fight this guy. And yeah, a lot of the Void Tongue stuff that we started there eventually made its way into the music as well.
I love it. Now, when you guys are creating themes for bosses, do you get to see the earliest concept of how a fight is going to go, and does it help you make the music, or do you create a song and then the designers go from there?
We actually usually get to see really early versions of the boss fight. So it's a combination between looking at the mechanics of the boss fight, looking at how the boss fight looks, and then deciding on the intensity level. Where do we want to go with the music? How do we want people to feel when they fight the boss? This one's a bit of a slam dunk in terms of theme. Big, imposing, menacing. Void Tongue being the basis for the language. So it all came together pretty well, actually. And then at that point, getting on the phone with Matt and starting to talk about how we want to craft it.
Yeah, and we had done some Void Tongue on the combat, and I think you told me, like, let's push that even further. Let's feature the huge, enormous layers of vocals and So I got Fran, who actually was the vocalist for Duviri, the opera singer. She actually helped me on some of those crazy void tongue chants, and her friend Anika, and the three of us just layered up all these like Ivbok Ishlung Jus Ve Shota Ra, and then we put a bunch of effects on them, and yeah, that was kind of the vibe for that boss fight.
Can we just get a whole live performance of Void Tongue from you here?
Sure, yeah. I won't have a voice after it, but yeah.
Amazing, amazing. Well, let's take a quick listen to what you guys came up with. Awesome. Love that.
It's awesome. Nothing quite resonates like the sound of the human voice, too, right? Like whenever there's an opportunity to put some, vocals in something, it always gives it this much more flavor, right? It's just, yeah.
Yeah, I remember when we were talking, Matt and I would always go back and forth with notes. More voice, more layers.
Yeah. It was just like, oh, can we add another rhythm on top of all of those? Sure, let's try it. And then you just we're like, yes, even more.
It adds to the playing experience when enemies with hands are jumping at you while vocals are playing as you're fighting them as well. Love that. The same update, Whispers in the Walls, also brought a brand new tile set to Warframe, Albrecht's Laboratory. Filled with beakers, gilded machines, and vials of elemental ooze, there are many things to break in this tile set. I must personally destroy everything in my sight, so I have to know how many glass jars were broken in the recording process, and did you have a favorite recording technique for the labs?
We're always breaking jars and glass. We have been for 10 years. So we have lots of sound libraries of all sorts of stuff that we've kind of broken over the years. But actually, Laura and Jeff were the sound designers who handled all the breakables. And as they started kind of coming in, we were starting to see all these kind of little levels of detail that were happening. You could break the little vase on the desk and the desk itself and the machines on the desk. So they did a great job going through and meticulously placing all those sounds for all the different items that you can break. And when they all kind of break together, it's very satisfying.
It is very satisfying, and players can even just walk around without breaking anything. You can hear the machine moving and all of that, so it's a very complicated tile set. Would you say it was the most complicated tile set you've had to work on?
I think so far, yeah. I mean, the open world stuff is obviously very complicated, and there's a lot that goes into the open worlds. But in terms of tile sets, this was probably the most complicated. But I knew immediately that the breakable stuff was working when I couldn't stop breaking things. It's like every time I'm running around testing, it's just constant breakables.
I love that. We also met some new faces in the labs. Let's talk about the Cavia. Reb, how did this cast of characters come to be?
Right. Well, when we originally came up with the idea that we would find Albrecht and Trotti's laboratory, we were trying to think of how we could make a syndicate out of kind of nothing, because we didn't know what the laboratory would host. And I think there was a moment when I remembered how the Russians sent Lege to space as the first animal in space. And I was like, oh, Albrecht would have sent animals into the void at some point, and they would have come back speaking in void tongue. And that seems like a really compelling way to start a character arc for Albrecht in some of his lesser known science, especially because we knew he had a bond with animals because of Kalimos from his entries. So the first one that came together was the Norg, and I was like, oh, sending a fish to the void and it coming back smart just makes sense. And then we actually had the tag for as an art asset. I think one thing that we learned in our pace of updates is if you have something and it can work in an update and you believe in it, just go. So we had Tagfur, who is actually a deer species that we were going to use in the plains of Eidolon that never got used. So I was like, oh, he's going to the void. And the bird as well. I was like, sorry, folks, no planet Earth for you. You're going to the void. And we sent them all on their journey, and the rest is history.
I think I remember an early version of that, actually. That's
Yep.
right. And I think
Yep.
we had done sounds for it and everything, and then we pulled it.
Yeah,
at
and
that
I was
point.
like, I'm not going to waste work
Yeah.
into the void. So
There you go.
Yeah, so it's all, sorry, animals.
We're efficient in our casting.
Yeah,
for,
we're yeah,
for
yeah, yeah.
people.
Listen, we gotta do it.
Love it. And the sound team, how different was it setting up all this voiceover work for animals?
I mean, when we saw this, I think initially we went to, we're going to have to process the voices a lot, add a lot of animal sounds in between words. But as we began to receive the performances back from the actors, they were so strong that the decision was made to just feature them basically without any processing. I think there's a tiny little bit here and there. Bird 3 almost sounds like there's animal noises introduced, but that's just the actor's performance. So yeah, we just kept it super clean, super raw, and featured their great performances.
It's all about the casting too, right? Like, it's such an important part of the whole thing, and people don't think about that as much. It's like, obviously, great writing and everything as well, but when you cast the right person, it just works, and they embody that character, right? And it just makes our job so much easier too, so yeah.
Yeah, totally. I mean, getting your heart broken by a Stereon, you just end up as a talking fish in Warframe. That's
The ultimate payback.
Payback.
Payback. It's been fun. Yeah, the team that worked on that, the writing, everything was just really lovely to behold and watch it come together.
Let's check in on our cast of critters now.
Hey, how's it going? Are we winning? We all got something to do. Mr. Fishinacci's got his thing. Mr. Tagfir's got his thing. I got my thing. It's so nice.
Another day, another Netricell, another poke in the eye for the mother hugger that consigned us to this mess. Come on, let's roll. Are we heading out then?
Yep.
A new day dawns. Let us to work. Yes, go good. A good day to you. I love you.
I love that line so much. I love you. As you know, we had a follow-up update to Whispers in the Wall, Dante Unbound. Now, the team had a chance to cook up some unique vocals for this update theme, and they bring such a great tone to the update. Matt, tell us a bit about how the process of setting the stage for Page Master Dante went.
Yeah, well, we had a piece that I think we actually showed this at last TennoCon. A friend of mine, Alex Samaras, sang on it. And it was a section of an ambient track that I did. And I think it was actually word from Reb that was like your favorite section. And so we were like, how about we make a combat section or a combat track out of that section? So I got Alex back over. I wrote a new piece and featured the same melody, but like the combat version of it. And Alex just nailed it. He had done a bunch of throat singing and stuff for me as well. So he has like the ability to do the really straight, beautiful melodic singing, but then he can also do the really intense, like low throat singing. So we kind of just found a happy medium, and yeah, his performance was amazing.
I love it. And as you mentioned, the vocalist Alex Samaras does make a return, and we have a behind-the-scenes video of him recording some of the vocals for the Dante Unbound update theme.
I know where you are, floating in your little ship. But I wait, never see me coming.
Amazing.
Love it.
Such a great melody. There's a great little melody there. Fantastic.
And some more void tongue there too.
Yes. Did Alex mention it was hard to sing in a language he's never read before?
It was actually okay because he's also a jazz singer, so he does a lot of do's and da's and bips and bops. So I said like, this is kind of how I'm saying it. Sorry, writers, if we pronounced anything differently than what you imagined, but we just used our best interpretation of it. So yeah.
Hopefully, there's no void tongue specialists out there.
Yeah, anyone?
Scrutinize.
I love the void tongue and jazz connection.
I know. I feel like jazz just caught so much shade for being also like jazz is like the void tongue of music. So
I love it. Well, let's switch gears to a very recent quest, Jade Shadows. Ooh.
Spoilers, kind of.
Spoilers.
Actually, yes, spoilers.
Yes. Rep, this quest is an incredibly unique storyline for Warframe. Keeping it light on spoilers, did you have an idea of where you wanted the music to transport us with the story of Stalker and Jade?
Yeah, so Jade Shadows as a quest had actually been in development for about 18 months with different story beats, and it was like we wanted the New War Ends Stalker story, and we kept churning, and then when Mike Skyers proposed the choir frame that you know as Jade, it really made every piece of idea fit together with, oh, okay, Jade and Stalker are in the same update and they have a story together. And when Skyers called it the choir-themed frame right away, that set in motion a series of sound decisions. And then when the story finished, and we kind of like looked over the script, and it was, this is what's gonna happen. Like, how can you make this work? Because I don't think there's any way that the story we told in Jade Shadows would have worked with, like, of course, if you can't hear it, that's of course fine, but the music was an artistic choice to pair with the animations that you can.
3, 2, 1, go. Show them you can fight.
Kill or be killed.
The Naga drums. So there's a lot of pieces that we wanted to incorporate into this. So kind of this big ball of stuff, eventually throwing that over to Matt. And then when I heard kind of Matt's first draft, it was like, yes, this is totally going to work. The big, beautiful section where the choir kind of swells and ascends. It was kind of great from the get-go. And then after that, it was just on to polishing it up and working on different production elements.
Love it. And you guys got to work with a choir and did a lot of recording sessions for that. How was that experience for you for you guys?
Oh, it was amazing. I mean, I love being able to go to a studio and record live anything, any musicians, vocalists, and this was a special one because we were able to get 12 singers all in the same room, and hearing my theme the first time was just like, oh yeah, okay, that's perfect. That's way better than the MIDI. That was just a placeholder, and it was great.
Awesome. And we do have a behind the sounds look at how that choir session went. Let's take a look.
Get your Kleenex ready.
I'm Eric Preston. I'm audio lead at Digital Extremes. I've been here for coming up on 10 years and here to talk about the music and sound effects for Jade Shadows.
They kind of do a pitch for her landing, and then I guess you'll take that middle section as the loop, right? Exactly, yeah.
I'm Mark Perquin. I'm a sound designer on Warframe here at Digital Extremes. I've been here for just about 5 years.
We'll get those shouted as well as like an ah.
I've got a choir background myself, so when I heard that there was going to be the choir frame, I asked Eric if I could take the sound design.
That's one ability, that chord.
Right.
You can cast any of the 3 F sharp A, C sharp abilities. While you're up there, you can also cast those. Right. So we need to keep it all in the same chord.
When Mark was kind of workshopping his ideas for the choir, he had wanted to record a live choir. We were going to do it separately, but after I'd spoken to Matt and we decided to record a choir for the music, then we thought it was just a natural progression to do a session that included both the music and the sound effects for the Warframe.
So, yeah, bass, tenor.
So we wanted there to be that choral aspect for sure, but we also wanted there to be a bit of dissonance. And add a little bit of that strange tone that you hear in the Warframe. So there's lots of off-key singing, lots of whisper shouting from the choir.
So we kind of played with all sorts of different vocal effects, chords, notes.
We wanted to tap into the strange sounds that they were able to produce.
It felt like sort of having your own live synthesizer, except they're human beings and they're amazing.
Cool. Was the tuning of those chords okay? All good?
Eric definitely had some great direction as to how he wanted the frame overall to sound. I had some specific ideas for the 4 abilities that I wanted to hear, and then Matt was able to pull that all together in a very musical way and in a way that fits with the music that we'd also recorded for Jade. All of the notes that you hear in the frame's abilities are all in the same key and in one chord actually that fit really well with the music that we'd already recorded.
Whenever you're in the studio recording, the magic and the feel that you get from live musicians, you just can't reproduce that. So that's something that we'll definitely be looking to do for score again in the future.
Amazing. Now, Mark, a choir background.
Oh.
Tell us a bit more about that.
Yes. Shout out to Amabile Choirs of Canada. Yeah. Nice. Local, very renowned local choir here. I grew up singing, so I've got a choral background. Yeah, I was very excited when I heard about Jade. I absolutely wanted to grab the sound design for her.
Was there
How come I'm only finding out about this now, Mark? Where have you been hiding this?
Secret.
Might have come up in an interview, George.
Oh. What were some of the specific things from your time in a choir that jumped out when you were making the ability sounds for Jade?
Sorry, say that again, Zach.
What were some of the things that you had from your time in choir that jumped out right as you were making these abilities?
Honestly, a lot of the sounds in Jade and a couple people in the choir that we recorded with Matt remarked on this, that it's really a lot of vocal warm-ups that you're hearing in Jade. It's a lot of that whisper shouting, the dissonance. It's people loosening up their voices, and you just get some really cool creative sounds when there's a group of people doing that. And they play off each other as well. Yeah, it's just something that you need live singers to be able to do. Like Eric said, you can't just use a synthesizer for that.
I love it. Right, let's move on to our next topic, weapons and warframes. If you've seen a dev stream before, we love taking a look at how certain weapons and warframes are made directly from the desks of our sound designers. And we do have a few videos for you today covering all things Jade Shadows. But before we dive in, Mark, again, you had a chance to do some of the ability sounds for Jade, as we were talking about. How did that differ from previous Warframe sounds that you've worked on?
Yeah, I guess just coming back to the choral background, for Jade, I had a pretty good sense right out of the gate, the overall tone that I was going for. It wasn't something that I had to figure out or sit down and, workshop. I had a pretty good sense in my own mind of the type of tone we were going for, and that's pretty similar to what you hear. And then furthermore, to bring that into the Warframe language of sound design, Eric had some great design direction there as well. And in terms of the choir themselves, Matt's the choir whisperer over here. I was able to take what was in my head and just communicate it to them in just an incredible way. And try out some new things too.
Well, Mark had a lot of great ideas, and I would just be like, okay, let's try that, and then basically direct them. If we're wavering pitch or something, I'd be like, if I go up, we're all going up, or if I'm like going up on this side and down on this side. So we just like got them all doing a bunch of experiments, and you'll hear it in the upcoming videos. That's good use.
We're at it.
Yeah, absolutely. We got a great library of sounds now with this choir. You're going to hear a lot of it even later on today in some of the 1999 stuff.
Oh,
hell yeah!
Well, let's take a listen to what we picked up.
Hey, I'm Mark, and I'm a sound designer here at Digital Extremes. Today, we're going to be taking a look at the sounds behind Jade's third ability.
Let's take a quick listen to how the ability sounds in-game. Now let's check out the Reaper session so we can peel back the layers that make up this ability's sound. Let's take a listen to just the choral sounds in this ability. Let's mute the choir to hear everything else. That's good, but what really makes Jade special is all that choir. And so here's how that fits in. First, we have the initial impact.
Operator, you have foundry items ready.
Claim
them now at your earliest convenience.
Some harsh whispers. And the choir singing a chord. We also have this sustained section, which represents the eyes that surround Jade during this ability. And making up this section, we have another more dissonant choir chord and some more sustained choir whispers. And now let's listen to these without any effects to get a better sense of how the choir sounds on their own. That's incredible, but we still want to add a bit of movement. There are a handful of plugins on each of these tracks, but this spin tracer is really doing some heavy lifting. It's kind of like a granular synth meets Doppler, and it has some pretty good visuals to show how we're throwing the whispers all around.
Ordis has completed a foundry task.
Now that we have Jade's voice nailed down, let's take a quick listen to the other layers that make up a lot of the impact and sci-fi elements of Jade's sound. We have our LF layer, truly a must for any Warframe. Some glass impacts with delay added for fantastical vibes, and some mid-frequency synth to round it all out. With an ear for these elements on their own, let's take one last listen to the ability in-game.
Love it. Thanks, Mark.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks.
Amazing. The whispering is making it very hard to play Jade late at night because they're all around your head and you're like, someone's behind me. Awesome. Of course, this update also featured a fan favorite character, the Stalker. Yeah, cheers for the Stalker. I love the Stalker. But more importantly, Stalker generously donated the blueprint for his sick ride, the new Stalker landing craft. There it is. Sound designer Chris Tezera is going to take us behind the scenes on how the sounds were made for this one-of-a-kind landing craft.
Hey everyone, it's Chris from the sound team. Today I want to show you how I did the sound design for Stalker's Terror landing craft skin. Let's go. For the Terror landing craft, I wanted to have sound elements that sounded ominous and powerful, just like Stalker. I also wanted it to be completely recognizable as Stalker's ship. But first, I needed realistic sounds for the landing craft's engine. Lucky for me, our team recorded jet sounds at the London Air Show a few years back. I used these jet flybys as a core part of my sound.
Operator, messages have arrived in the emails.
Thanks, guys. First, here's the jet sounds on their own. Then I added some low-frequency droning and some aggressive thruster sounds.
Ooh, yes! Sector falls into my hands! All gone, all mine! Yes!
Now
Sector!
let's Stalkerize.
Yes! Your sentence is death.
I started with the Stalker bowfire sound. First, I time stretched it, then I added some processing, then I ramped the pitch up over the course of the sound. Next, I took samples of Stalker's breathing, pitched it down, and I added some processing. And here's the final result, the Terror landing craft taking off. And there you have it. Thanks for watching and enjoy the rest of TennoCon.
Love it. Thanks, Chris.
Thanks. Chris is here right now somewhere.
Is Chris here?
Shout
I
out
don't
to
go
Chris.
yourself, Chris. Thank you. Now, we did have a taste of some Stalker gameplay with the Devere Box last year, but his abilities got a fresh coat for Jade Shadows. Sound designer Giovanni Agapito is going to show us how those ability sounds for Stalker are moving.
Hey Tenno, my name is Giovanni and I'm a sound designer at Lege. Today I'm going to show you how I created the sounds of one of the Stalker's abilities. First, let's listen to the sound in game. For the Stalker, we wanted to maintain the balance between a very fiery character, like an overall dark vibe, but at the same time without losing the game's sonic powers. For the punishment ability, I created 3 sounds that play at the beginning, middle, and end of it. Let's hear the first of these sounds. This one has some really cool layers. For example, this energy layer that has a peak automation and becomes more acute over time, creating a sonic tension until the Stalker releases the projectiles at the end. For the build-up sound, there are more tonal and sci-fi elements, as you can notice. One of the layers has a really cool automation in one of the plugins, which makes the sound becomes a riser until the last sound is played. It's being released at enemies. So that's it. Thank you very much for watching this behind the scenes, and I hope you enjoyed the rest of the show. Bye!
Thanks, Giovanni. All right. Before we move on, we actually have an audience question all the way back from a Dev Shorts in April. The question is, what is your go-to software for creating these sounds? Do you have a plugin or tool that you can't live without? We'll start with you, Eric. Unless, Rev, you've been downloading some sounds on you.
Hey, I just do what Eric tells me when it comes to sound. So get in the booth, cry some more.
Cry more.
Okay, yeah.
We use I use a program called Reaper. I think most of the team does too. Matt, you use Logic, right? Yeah. We use Reaper as our DAW. That's what you saw on the screen in the videos. And my favorite plugin is the L2 limiter. I definitely cannot live without that. So,
Did they pay you to say that?
some big
L2 heads.
Lots of money
in the house. My turn, right?
Your
turn. Do you see the Spin Tracer? I'm milking every drop I can get out of that.
He's also got shares in Spin Tracer.
That's right. Another one that I probably put on, it's in every session, almost every track. Kilohertz has this little plugin called Haas, and basically what that does is just delays your left or right channel by anywhere from a few to 100 milliseconds and spreads your stereo image.
So you can turn any mono sound into a stereo sound, is what you're saying?
I think it already needs to be... No, you're right. It's my boss.
You're right. You're hired.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, I think Q3, I really loved Pro Q3, just great EQ. I like microshift as well, and I use that on all the Prime trailers to widen the voices and stuff. But you know, at the end of the day, we get this question a lot too. But it's important to just not think too much about plugins and software and everything. It's like it's more about what you put into it and where you start with, you know, what the sounds you start with. Again, like the voice acting, it all starts with good source, right? So you have a good source going in, and that's the big thing, and then the creativity behind it. Yeah, don't let that limit you in your creativity if you don't have a certain plugin, for sure. So.
I think the analogy that probably a lot of people here would easily digest is if you've ever played the vocal patch on an electric keyboard and you can hear the O's. It doesn't sound like a real choir, but going back to the real choir that we were able to record and that source, that's what we're talking about when we talk about having good source.
It's always unique, right? It's always a unique performer. It's in a unique space. It's a unique delivery. It's always going to feel different, and it's the magic there, right? The magic of the performance and of the sonic fingerprint, really. Yeah, it's so important for sure.
Yeah, I'll give a shout out to a little plugin called Little Altar Boy. It was used a ton on anytime I need to have really low vocals and I'm doing it myself and I can't sing a certain low note. You can pitch it down, but you can also change the formant, so you can adjust. You can make yourself sound like a chipmunk and you get really high and nasally, or you can have sort of dark sort of sound. And so for all the I think I pitched that down an octave, and you can adjust it to make it kind of sound natural. But I think it worked really well with the void tongue stuff because it just sounds kind of otherworldly.
That's a great plugin. Back that one up for sure.
Void tongue brought to you by Little Altar Boy.
Exactly. Just wait till you hear Big Altar Boy.
Oh my God! Hey, I love the hey yeah. I sang it in my head.
That's awesome. Well, if you asked that question back in April, there you go. My next question for the Cows is focused on our weapons. Many of our weapons can be identified.
But the core experience of doing a weapon is an iterative one. Because it's a sound that you hear so often, there's often a lot of time put into just playing with it. So after we've done our first draft, getting the character right, getting the punch right, and getting the power right, then it's just a matter of hearing it over and over and over and kind of sanding off all the rough edges. Yeah, it's a super fun process, and each one is unique because we all work on them.
It's funny too because it's like you have to kind of be happy with what goes in, because if you try to change it later, you know, you hear about it in the forum, no bueno. And but it's great though. It's like the fact that people get so attached to the sound of a weapon. It's just, yeah, it's so awesome to see that the sonic identity is just so resonates with people so much. Sometimes in bad ways, but most of the time in good ways.
Seems like you're still traumatized from the Brat and Vandal sound change. And
little trauma there. The heck too, I think.
Oh, the heck. Oh, yeah.
It was what the heck, because we changed it. But we changed it back too, so it's okay. It's okay.
Now, there is such a thing as writer's block. Do you guys have sound block? Have you ever just been struggling to find that perfect identity for what you do sound?
Oh, yeah, for sure. All the time. It's a totally normal part of the process, I think. I think with any kind of creative discipline, you're always going to run into a block or where the ideas aren't coming as easily. And usually, like you said at the very beginning of the panel, a good long walk in the park does the trick for me, at least.
Sometimes for me too, like when that happens, I'll just go into the sound library, and instead of using search terms, I'll just randomly click on things and listen to them. And sometimes you come up with the most unique sounds that way, because something you wouldn't expect would be like, oh, that'll actually work really well for this weapon. And that's what gives you the unique kind of weird sounds, right? The unexpected. I find I do that a lot, actually. Yeah.
Exploring old libraries that you've recorded that you're just like, when am I going to use this? But you recorded anyways.
I've got stuff that I recorded a long time ago and come across it, and I'm like, oh man, I forgot about this sound. This is just perfect here. So yeah, it's always fun. It's like Christmas every day when you do that.
Love that. Well, a similar topic, but something more new/old. Let's talk about some 1999 stuff today. As we saw on the art panel, things are a lot more real. How was the sound design process for things that have a real-life counterpart? Was it easier or was it harder?
Mark, I'll let you handle that one, man, if you want. You designed a lot of the 1999 stuff.
We're talking about, we'll leave the thing for later?
We'll leave the thing.
Okay, so working on 1999 stuff, I'd say it's more of a technical challenge, if anything, to get some of these real-world sounds into the game in ways that new systems that you're able to interact with things that you haven't really been able to interact with before, and figuring out how are we going to ground that in reality while also giving it that signature sci-fi sound that we love to put into Warframe.
Yeah, a lot of it comes down to subtlety as well. I mean, in some of weapons, traditional Warframe weapons, we can go as crazy as we want, especially with the kind of the corpus stuff. There's really no limit to how wild you can get. For these, we're definitely taking it a more realistic, grounded approach, but we still love to put our spin on things. You know, it's kind of subtle, interesting layers here and there that maybe are from a synthesizer or from just a weird library that we recorded a long time ago. So there is still a little bit of that Warframeization that goes into all the sounds we've been making.
Awesome. Of course, we have two familiar faces by now from 1999, Arthur and Aoi. You may have seen them walking around the convention, but the amazing Ben Starr and Alpha Takahashi lend their voice to these new faces. George, once there was a time where we were recording our own staff for Warframe characters. What's changed over the years now that we have these epic cinematic quests?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy to think like that it was from humble beginnings, right? Where it was pretty much all staff, you know, like Darvo,
If you're here for
Sarvis
relics,
Ruck,
you choose
Lotus,
when you're good
obviously.
and ready.
And yeah, it was a lot of fun because you could just grab someone after lunch and be like, hey, can you meet me in my office and we have some lines to record? And it's kind of crazy too because one of the employees who impressed me the most, James, he's so quiet and he's so like unassuming. He's like, oh, hey, how's it going? And then he gets in the booth and he's like, ah! And you're just like, where did that come from? And so that was always cool. But, you know, obviously, as we've grown the universe and we've developed the characters, it's important to, you know, seek outside talent as well. But we still use people from in the office. But yeah, it's always great, again, like the sounds have a mixture of different flavors in there, right?
Order seems to have misplaced those memories.
Now, we do actually have a little tease of another character from 1999. Just a little audio tease. Let's take a listen.
A slug dares to show its face at night.
Who could that be? I guess we'll have to just watch and find out. Now, I know you guys had some fun with the music design for 1999, and we did get a little bit of a taste in Whispers in the Wall. But Matt, did it feel like you had a blueprint for 90s music when composing, or did you want to make something unique that could still fit within Warframe?
Yeah, well, it's a similar process every time. You know, you got to do your research and figure out, okay, because you can say 90s music, but it's like, what 90s music? So we narrow that down. We're like, okay, more rock, industrial rock, metal, punk. Okay, we're getting closer. And the first thing I did was that combat track that you saw in the subway scene last TennoCon. And that kind of became, I did a bunch of creating sounds and finding sounds for that. And then that session became sort of my template for where to start with a fresh piece of music. And that's kind of how you do it. You just like start fresh, but you have all these sounds that you can pull from. So if I'm like, oh, I need a lead synth, and it's like, oh, well, I have 10 of them right here. Let's see if any of these work. And yeah, you just kind of keep working on it and talk to Eric. He's like, let's get it sounding more Warframe. Okay, what does that mean? Let's try some other thing. You know, like you experiment, trial and error, and eventually you have something in the game.
I love that. Now, it wouldn't be a panel without a little bit of a tease. Let's listen to an upcoming track from 1999.
little tease.
Yes.
Love that. Excited to show you where that
worldwide premiere right there, right? Worldwide premiere.
That's one of the ambient tracks. So you heard kind of like the combat version of that, Whispers in the Walls. This is the ambient version of it. So yeah, it really set the vibe. And as soon as we introduced that into the game, it was like, okay, yeah.
When we got that song, so we have like on our internal channels where we work together, we were really early in some of the 1999 world building for Feel, and we actually got that track, dropped it in the internal global channel and said, this song, that ambient track, everybody work to it so you can feel the tone of what we're going for.
25
so was one of the first like established tone pieces, and it's just, I'm so excited to have it in the game.
Yeah, and there's a theme in there that kind of became sort of the Warframe 1999 theme. So we'll be using that in other pieces, and that kind of just happened accidentally. It's one of those things
it
where
does
you write
include the borrow relay ticket.
different sections to keep it fresh. So it's not just
You'll be
one
able to
thing
trade,
for 4 minutes and then it loops for an hour while you're playing.
For everything that Mara sold.
And Eric was like, this
it's
line
open at 11
right
a.m.
here, let's turn that
until
into the main
July
thing.
27th, 11 a.m. His relay will be open for the TennoCon.
Musically and everything, and to hear how it's becoming something else, but yeah, still maintain some of those Warframe roots, right? Which is awesome.
Yeah, we're trying lots of new stuff with the music this time around, and Matt's been killing it. So,
Are we saying how many songs are in the demo tonight, or is that part? Or is that you tell me?
Would you like to?
We have 5.
Wow.
So
5.
Yeah. Stay tuned.
Thank you.
In one demo tonight. Yeah, so stay tuned for a lot of music tonight. They're being very humble, but it is truly ridiculous, the music tonight. So I hope everyone will enjoy it later.
Awesome. Well, we have arrived at our final talking point of the day, but it's a great one. Let's talk about the Atomocycle. Oh, yeah.
Look at that.
Well, here is my theory.
Tell us a bit about how the
suggestion,
sound for the Atomocycle is crafted.
Is that you do the pack
Okay, so
on
this
your
is we've
side.
come to the thing. So yeah,
because
this
when you
is
go to
kind of what I was
borrow
alluding to
Couture, you'll have the
earlier.
ability to buy more than I will,
Atomocycle,
especially with your
the
36
direction
million
on
there.
it was
And then
try and hit the engine as close to a 90s racing bike.
you'll be able to actually use
so
it
that was
better,
just
and
a
then
big
we can
challenge
just
right out of
stream
the
everything
gates
else.
to
That
get
would
the
be really
engine
cool.
to sound big and powerful, but also
So if you feel like getting that slot, I would say go ahead and do it on your side.
Eric gave some great direction as to where we could start to push some other things that the bike can do into more of the sci-fi realm, but really keep that engine grounded.
The technical implementation on this was super tricky. You tried a bunch of stuff, and yeah, you've been working a long time on it. It turned out great.
Yeah, a huge part of the work in this has gone into how are we going to get a bike to work in Warframe.
I remember you started on it, and I remember seeing like an early version of it. I was blown away at that point, even just like with the technical implementation. It's a first for Warframe as far as like how it's all going in the engine, a lot of programming, a lot of cross interdepartmental kind of work there too.
Absolutely. I want to say thanks to Jem because I could not have worked on the bike without him.
Yeah, Jem's an amazing audio programmer. He's good.
Shout out to Jem.
Jem. Yeah, and he represents Turkey on the team.
Yes, absolutely.
That's right. So if you're here from Turkey.
Yeah. Just to what you were talking about, George, yeah, the early proof of concept for the bike just had a sine tone as an engine to show that as the bike increased in speed, we could also increase pitch, and as the bike leans and does different things, that we could change the volume and pitch, and that's all thanks to this new tech that we have.
Like all the gears and everything, right? Like you were talking about that, how like you have an in-depth knowledge now of how like bikes work too, right? Like engineering-wise, because it's like you got to make it feel realistic in that sense, right?
Yeah, and how do we make it feel responsive as well? To all the user input.
This is so awesome. They get phantom-like horses that charge more to do viral damage on this Warframe.
Some audience
All right, I am back
Yes,
finally.
we need all of you desperately. It's very important. My shirt will make a lot more sense at the end of the night, but we do need a chant. So similar to last year where we had the New Year's countdown, we do need a chant this year. Eric has the recording, and I'm hoping that Zach can just kick us off, and we'll see what we can get from everyone here. This is the biggest room we've ever had, so this is our opportunity to get the most voices at once.
Yeah, look at all you beautiful people.
Yeah, so this is great.
Sure you're loud too.
What would you like us to say?
The instructions are very simple. You just have to chant the word online.
Online.
On the count of 3, give me your best online chant. Online. Just like that. And we're going to do it 5 times. After 5 onlines, I'm going to point at you all, and you're going to give your best cheering applause. Everyone ready? All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
Look, Legacy.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Do you think you got that one?
You're all hard.
Amazing.
Look under your seat for your paycheck.
Yeah. Amazing. Well, we do have just time for one more question. I have to know, on the couch, what is the most difficult sound you've ever had to make in recording?
She releases the horses as part of her super.
Woo burps, barfs. We have a resident kind of burping specialist, Willem Jonkin, who contributed his beautiful burping.
She releases the horses as part of her super.
Honestly, this might. There were 3 animals that I had to put into it and try to figure out how I could fit those in. Listen closely to demo tonight. A lion, a tiger, and a bear. Oh, nice. Yes.
Octavia, for me, I remember working on that like forever, trying to get all the music implemented, the sequencer, all of that. That was tough, but it was great. Yeah, proud of that one. But it was really hard.
Amazing. All right. Well, thank you everyone for tuning in to the Sounds of the System panel. Huge shout out to you guys on the couch for sharing this with the world. Huge shout out to the DE Sound team as a whole. They kill it with every single update. We'll see you soon for the cosplay contest.
See you for cosplay. Thank you, everyone.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Sup, Tenno? 90 Zach here. Wondering how you can get your free virtual items through the internet? Just from watching Twitch or Steam? Let me tell you. Safety's off and destroy your enemies with the AX-52 rifle. By watching TennoCon between 11 a.m. and 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time, you'll receive this gun absolutely free. That's a lot of gun for not a lot of work. Once Tenno Live begins at 4:30 p.m. Eastern, that drop is totally going to switch to the Saren Prime. Watch for 30 minutes and you'll receive this Prime Warframe for free. Spread those spores and watch those damage numbers go up over $19.99. Never gotten a Twitch drop before? Tell the fam to get off the phone and hop online. Linking your account is wicked easy. Just head over to www.warframe.com/Twitch. Log into your Warframe account, follow those instructions, and you're set. Tubular. Watching on Steam? Just make sure you're logged into your Steam account before watching, and you'll be rewarded with item tokens right to your Steam inventory. Once you claim those tokens, log into your Warframe account, and your new items will be waiting for you. Isn't technology wild? That's all from me. Stay cool and enjoy the show, Tenno.
Everybody knows there's nothing like a delicious slice of Big Bites pizza. And it's perfect just before online hits the stage. My favorite bite? Pepperoni with extra cheese, of course. What's yours? Let's connect over a slice of Big Bites pizza.
Like to do more of the whispers in the wall.
Into the void, now me girls and me boys, from mother's hands we go.
But we have
sailing to the sun,
on we're trying to get
sleeping in the cold below. Sisters below, below, we're going where the winds don't blow. Yes, we're all bound down to the deep, and we'll all be sleeping in the cold below, below, sleeping in the cold below. Our sailing ships for the hard and the quick, we roll our load and go. There's a living to be made, or there's hell to pay when you're sleeping in the cold below. Sisters below, below, we're going where the winds don't blow. Yes, we're all bound down to the deep, and we'll all be sleeping in the cold below, below, sleeping in the cold below. There's a man on high with the devil in his eye and a golden hand, I'm told. It can hurt you, it can hold you, he can kick you or console you when you're sleeping in the cold below. Sisters below, below, we're going where the winds don't blow. Yes, we're all bound down to the deep, and we'll all be sleeping in the cold below, below, sleeping in the cold below. Sisters, you so wise and true, when it's my time to go, won't you lay me down under granum crowns, and I'll be sleeping in the cold below, below, sleeping in the cold below. Sisters below, below, we're going where the winds don't blow. Yes, we're all bound down to the deep, and we'll all be sleeping in the cold. Sisters below, sleeping in the cold below, below, sleeping in the cold below. Today we sail on the solar rail, for there's much we just don't know. So farewell with a kiss, then it's fast for the mist, till we're all sleeping in the cold below.
The game is changing, but what drives the game never will. What you have inside. It refuses to be ignored. It sweats everything. It turns an athlete into a legend. It demands respect. The game will always change, but it never will. Gatorade, is it in you?
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the TennoCon 2024 cosplay contest.
You are late.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the TennoCon 2024 cosplay contest. I am Taylor King, and I will be your host for the next hour. Before we dive into the incredible cosplayers all of our entrants have prepared backstage, let's take a moment to appreciate the incredible Plexi cosplay who you might have seen earlier on the TennoCon show floor. This is their second ever TennoCon with us, and truly an iconic appearance, I must say. Do you want to introduce yourselves and talk about how it's been for TennoCon for you?
My name is Candace. This is Sean. He is my husband, and we are a duo, part of Plexi Cosplay. I am cosplaying as his faithful servant, obviously. This is Albrecht and Trotty, and I am Lloyd, and so this seemed like a very good match. We love TennoCon. We love being here. I actually started before ever coming to TennoCon by cosplaying Titania, which you might have seen online during COVID. And then we got to take part with Hacksmith last year, where I was the Moa. And then this year, Lloyd and Albrecht, as well as the Eros wings. If you haven't gotten a photo with those, they are out in the tent. But it's a lovely convention. So nice to see you all. Thank you for being such a supportive community through everything, the whole creation process. It's all online, so thanks for following along with that. And it's so nice to see you all here in person.
Hi. My name is Sean. She referred to me as a duo of Plexi Cosplay. That's far too generous. She is everything that is Plexi Cosplay, and I occasionally help her with some engineering and wiring challenges and things like that. But Candace is truly a born artist, and everything that she makes is absolutely beautiful and incredible, and I don't want to take too much credit. I'm just the eye candy to that.
Absolutely incredible. Thank you so much, Mr. Lloyd and Papa, for joining us on stage, if you don't mind taking your way off. Another round of applause, absolutely. Now, okay, speaking of incredible cosplays, I am joined by Disfusional Studios as my wonderful co-host and our judging consultant this year. You may recognize her as Aoi from Warframe 1999, but more importantly as our TennoCon 2023 cosplay winner. Disfusional has been a prominent member in the Warframe community for many, many years now. So let's take a moment to look at some of her previous cosplays.
Hello, TennoCon 2024. I am honored to be here with you guys today. Now we have one more introduction to make before we get started, and it's our judges. We're joined again this year by Lightning Cosplay, who we'd like to invite on stage now. While they make their way up, let's take a look at the absolute magic that they brought to the TennoCon show floor. Thank you, Ralph, for joining us. Now, I do want to make a point. Just off stage, we are joined by another cosplay guest coming to us all the way from Germany, Maya. Maya, I don't know if you could raise your hand. Thank you so much. Cosplay content creation has been her profession for over 10 years now. Maya focuses on painting, weathering, and makeup. She is taking care of Ralph's makeup and helping to bring Arthur to life here at TennoCon today. Ralph, if you could please take a moment to introduce yourself and tell us what you're looking forward to with our cosplay showcase today.
Sure. Hi, guys. I'm Ralph from Lightning Cosplay. Unfortunately, Laura can't be here with us today because she got sick very last minute, which is really sad, but she says hi, so I don't know where the camera is. Where's the camera? Is it there? Where's the camera? There? Yeah. Hi, Laura.
Hi, Laura.
I hope she sees this. Yeah, so when DE reached out to us last year and asked us to create the Lotus and the Deck Soldier costume, we instantly fell in love with the overall aesthetics of Warframe and especially the character design. And but soon, same goes for Arthur, soon as we started to create the costumes, we realized how hard it actually is. You know, and this is why I have a huge respect for all the people who face the challenge to cosplay these characters, which is amazing for me. It's crazy, and I'm just really excited to see them on stage right now. Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Ralph. You look incredible. Between his appearance and the IT outage yesterday, I feel like we're truly back in 1999. It's crazy. One quick final thank you, I promise. Shout out to Kaz and Skyers, who assisted in prejudging this year. They weren't able to make it. They have a workshop. It's fine. We love them. But I'm sure they're here in spirit, and they have, given their thoughts and wisdom to us. Anyway, that's enough. Ralph is seated. It's time to get this party started. Alrighty, let's move over here, I think.
To kick this show off, we have our non-competitive showcase. These entrants are here to present their cosplays and show off their hard work, but are not competing for our cash prize. Let's move over so they can take center stage and show us their spotlight.
Phenomenal. Everyone's saddled and ready to go. We got the thumbs up from Charlie. Hit the music. Starting off, we have amateur cosplayer as Prisma Excalibur. This is his first ever cosplay featuring EVA foam, clay foam, and acrylic paint. Give it up. Oh yeah. Perfection. Love it. Thank you so much, amateur cosplayer. If you want to just head off this way, or that way, that's fine too.
Next up, we've got Gage cosplaying as their version of Drifter. This is Gage's own operator, including the dyed hair.
All right, next up we have Dark as Gilly Grizzly. Don't tell Steve, but I'm pretty sure this is what Bromius would look like if we gave them access to a Warframe's arsenal. Oh, he's coming. Oh, he's coming. It's really hard for bears to walk upstairs, I've heard, so it's totally fine. Keep going. Yep. There he is. Give it up for Dark.
Let's welcome Spitfire05 cosplaying as Operator in Xenos armor set. This is Spitfire's own operator after a month of work. Thankfully, customizing in-game is much quicker.
Alrighty, next up we have the High Priest of Pineapples cosplaying as Harrow Prime. We're ready to go? Yep, come on up. Harrow is wearing the Crucius Alt helmet, or they're carrying it. It's very heavy. Beautiful. And is wielding the Thurible. Hopefully he'll make good use of that later. There we go.
Next, we've got Zach B cosplaying as the Drifter from the New War. This Drifter is wielding a 3D printed Sirocco in addition to the original outfit worn in the quest.
Thank you. Very fitting after the Drifter appears, we have a group Duviri cosplay, starting with Lucinia, Rhea's Lucinia. This is made from EVA foam and a miraculous find of dead stock fabric. And next in this group, we have Geo as Loden. funny story, this cosplayer was Ballas in 2018 and 19, so clearly they just love having long arms. And then next up, we have Mercury as Mithila. I was told collectively as a group, they probably caused a global shortage of golden trim with how sparkly and beautiful these are. And of course, Shoshi as Bombastine. Another fun fact, all of the masks made here are handmade out of clay, with some actual... I wouldn't dare speak while Bombastine's on stage. If the whole group wants to come on up, yep, come on up, all of them up. One final group photo for the Paragons, of course. They're not often seen together, so we gotta take a moment when we can. Absolutely stunning. Thank you, everyone. I swear this wasn't on purpose. Next up, we have Prime Explorer as an aura worm off the string. This is an aura worm reimagined as a worm on the string with giant googly eyes. Thank you so much.
Next, we're going to welcome Acolyte Senpai as Baruch from 1099. Baruch was sent back a little farther than planned.
Absolutely incredible. Alrighty, next up we have Richard cosplaying as Grendel 1999. After chatting backstage, I found out this Grendel isn't a big fan of Big Bites Pizza. You can try that. Oh yeah. It's got quite the appetite that Big Bites cannot fulfill. Hell yeah. Thank you so much.
Let's welcome Bethany as Valkyr, featuring the cheetah helmet and hysteria claws.
I feel that way too. Alrighty, we have Hobbs cosplaying as Mirage Prime. This cosplay is made out of cardboard, fabric, and repurposed materials, and clearly has gotten the infection that's been around the TennoCon show floor.
Let's continue the applause for Brendan M. cosplaying as Random Ronin. Bring the ninja back into Space Ninja.
Do you have something here for the next page? You don't. I have to read this. Absolutely iconic. Alrighty, we're getting to the end here. We have Miguel as Salvage Operator. This is a recreation of their own operator in-game, straight from 1999. For those who don't know, that's a disc. Discs go in that. So good, so good. Thanks. Alrighty, next we have the Scarlet Team as members of Infinite Singularity. They're representing their clan, I believe. And this is, in fact, our youngest cosplayer. And he's already been on stage before. Cannot believe it. Thank you guys so much.
That was the last of our non-competitive entrants. Let's take a moment to welcome all of our non-competitive cosplayers back on stage for a group photo.
Gotcha. Come back, please.
While these folks are not competing for our cash prize, they are eligible for bonus rewards given out by our judges at the end of the show. But we'll get to that later. They also get a few digital goodies just for joining us on stage today.
Absolutely incredible. We wrote the script before we realized how long of a walk this request was, so major apologies. Come on up, everyone. Get back on stage. Look at them all. Absolutely incredible.
All right, buddy, I hope you're enjoying the show.
Take the stage. Get in the spot.
Oh, nah, you're back.
Oh, I've been here the whole time.
Oh.
Where you been?
I got back maybe 40 minutes ago. I said something. Nobody said anything back, so I just kind of.
Oh, yeah, I've had my headset off.
Almost there. Almost there. Almost there.
You get your weapon from the watching TennoCon?
Yeah, waiting for the next one now.
Alrighty.
Yeah, which
Look
is
at this
Saren,
incredible
I
group of
believe.
Tenno.
You get Saren
One last
Prime.
pose for the cameras.
Yeah, Saren Prime.
Yeah.
Well,
alrighty.
give away
Let's get you
today.
all back off stage into your seats
keep
where you
up
can
with
sit for the
TennoCon
remainder of the day. Thank you so
Star
much,
Wars
everyone.
Rogue Squadron for PC.
Alrighty, while they head back
If I
to
can
their
figure out
seats,
where it is.
we're ready for our competitive showcase. Our competitive cosplayers will be competing for cash money,
There it
including the
is.
first
On
place
display
prize of
on the
10,000
screen.
Canadian
First
dollars.
come, first served.
I
It'll
swear
be
that
up
is actually
times
worth
keys, no one
some
actually
amount of
uses their
money,
wand
depending on
tips,
what country you
so
come from.
throughout the day.
Cosplayers met with our judges yesterday to participate in prejudging because it can be kind of hard to see all the incredible details from the audience. So the scores from that prejudging and their fantastic performances today will be used to decide our winners. All right, without further ado, let's get started. Starting off, we have Jacob Parcha as Voidrig, featuring an Aquabax weapon. This cosplay took over 375 hours to make and is almost entirely made out of cardboard. He's got a bit of a way to walk, unfortunately. His sprint is off cooldown.
Wow, that's a good looking one.
It also takes him a significant amount of time to get into and a significant amount of time to move.
What do you want?
But absolutely worth it. What an incredible piece. You got it. Now, Jacob, my dear, you drew and cut every piece by hand. How did you even know where to begin with this without having blueprints?
I actually did. When I first decided to come to TennoCon and participate in the cosplay, I knew it was going to be Voidrig, because not only is it super aesthetically appealing and awesome, but it's something that had never been done on a scale that had never been done. And from an anatomical perspective, it was quite challenging. I didn't realize just how difficult it would be to fit a human body in Voidrig structure until I tried it. So that was the hardest part. As far as more specifically answering your question, I did have blueprints. That was the first thing I did. I blueprinted out the exoskeleton and a little bit of the plating. All the detail was already ready to go in the game.
For some reason it says I need to update my launcher, which I just did.
And then I went into the game, into my arsenal, used my Voidrig, turned it all around, got pictures from every possible angle, studied them like a textbook to make sure every single detail was as close to accurate as possible.
How was your time
A
out?
wise man once told me, it's the little details that make it or break it. So that's a philosophy that has helped me to grow not only as an artist, but as a man as I try to use it in every aspect of my life, not just my artistic projects. So thank you for that, Mr.
I
Gio.
test it when the lady comes over. How about that?
Yeah, that's a good way. Thorough.
It's a thorough way to test something.
And also, thank you, Mom, for being here. You sacrificed 2 days of your life to be here with me for this
Invite
weekend.
me again, sir,
and
'cause I
you
had
had
to
a lot more
restart the-
important stuff to do, that's for sure. So you're here, you're helping me, get in and out of this, and being here to support me, and especially considering everything on your plate, it really means a lot. So thank you.
Incredible. We'll let you slowly get off stage. Alrighty. Yeah.
Take your time. You're in no rush.
There's no rush. I promise you.
Necros.
Absolutely
Prime.
phenomenal.
Yeah.
Bunch of zeros.
I will say he is actually the expert of void rig. I've made multiple comments and emails, and he's corrected me every time. He's held me accountable. He's like, "Aren't you a dev?" I haven't taken 300 photos of a void rig, so that's where he wins. Okay.
We value safety, cosplayers, so carefully make your way up and carefully make your way down. Next up, we've got Shandor as Frost Heirloom.
Conjunction
This is Shandor's
survivalist, you know?
third Frost cosplay. He
Negative,
also has 60% use rate on Frost in-game. Now, Frost, tell us a little bit about the making of this cosplay, if you can, through the helmet.
I can actually. I was going for a much more organic look than previous costumes I've made. So a lot of this is pleather and much more fur materials and things like that. It feels like not very Warframe, but that's what I really love about the heirloom sets. They're really pushing things in a direction that makes them look very strange and alien, in the same way that the Warframe started as. So I really wanted to make this much more
Wait,
organic
wrong
looking
game.
and kind of less synthetic.
Very cool. And if you guys have a moment to check out all of the textiles in this cosplay, take a look up close in person when they're on the floor.
Oh, we can just farm out little guys things here. No problem. You like my blue tails?
Okay. Next up, we have
Stay here for a second.
Zephyr
I'm trying to get
cosplay
somebody.
as
I need to grab a drink.
Albrecht and Trotty, Papa himself. If you can believe it, this is their first time sewing, and this also features EVA foam and painting details. Thank you so much, Zephyr. What inspired you to cosplay as Albrecht?
So it started back in 2021 when Heart of Deimos came out, and I heard Stefan Rudnicki's performance as Albrecht and Trotty, and I think it's one of the best voice acting performances I've ever heard. So after that came out, he finally got a real look last year, and I was like, okay, I can make this.
And you did, and it looks incredible. Absolutely phenomenal. Thank you so much, Zephyr.
Let's welcome Kira Rahime as Wiz Zamariu to the stage. Crazy that she can make it across the stage without feet. Now, Kira, it is crazy that this is your second competitive cosplay. What are some design elements that you chose to do differently in this Wisp cosplay than last year?
This year, I decided to use a lot more foam elements to help support the fabric. So everything is carved with foam and then put fabric on top of it instead of just having the fabric represent itself.
Lovely job. And make sure you guys take a look at how
This still
they
has 5 rounds to
dremeled
buy
and
somebody,
grooved and actually sunk the fabric into those recessed areas too. Lovely job. Lovely job.
Absolutely incredible. Thank you so much, Kira.
On call. There's
Alrighty, next up we have Magic Thighs
Go.
and a Through the Looking Glass themed Nova Grax. This is her own Nova Grax dressed up as the White Rabbit.
Oh, that's your guy. I was like trying to murder your guy.
It's gonna be a lot.
Alrighty, Magic Thighs. We've chatted a lot. Do you want to tell us a little bit about what this fantastic cosplay means to you?
For a number of years, there's been a picture out there on the internet of a man, excuse me, looking into a mirror and seeing his female self reaching out and inviting him to step inside. And this year, as a trans person,
Yeah, I always
I've
bring that
taken
girls
step
for
and stepped through the looking glass.
Cheap
And now
antics,
with
enough
Warframe's
never
introduction,
take
permanent
sad
ears and cost.
survival, nothing of they're
Into the
always
game.
distracting stuff.
I've stepped
Yeah.
through into the looking glass with my Warframe as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing. Anything else?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Pardon?
I didn't hear it all.
Abilities.
I didn't hear it all.
Pardon? Sorry?
What you said.
Anything
I
else,
got
my love?
weapon, primary
You're good to
weapons,
go?
heavy
I think
ammo.
she's, yeah, we'll get you right off stage.
Nice.
Thank you.
But I'm using
Cosplays
my
are so hard to
sword,
hear in.
so
Oh my goodness.
I didn't bring any real weapons.
Let's keep the
Three
applause
weapons
going
that I
as we
need to
welcome Liam as Master
I
Tasani to the
usually
stage.
do that. Like I do, if I'm leveling a weapon, I do all weapons, or I'm doing a frame. So I'm doing a frame by now.
I'll usually keep one good
The
weapon.
Conjurock
specifically
features
using my
actual
staff
tail
unless I'm
feathers
doing the
from
slot.
Liam's pet peacock.
It's stupid strong,
Kevin.
but
Oh yeah, the ortho is pretty strong.
what I'm still using. I thought I switched to something.
No, you
Something
switch
better.
it. I just know orthos is usually the one you use.
Now I do have
Orthos
to ask Liam,
was the
what
one I used before
inspired
the
you
one
to
I'm using right
cosplay?
now. And this one's basically
we
identical.
participated in the 2021
slight
cosplay
difference.
with
I
our
forget
pet
what it was.
chickens, the Ember cosplay.
But
and then
I didn't
my
even bring
wife,
that because I
Anna,
have necros.
was Nef
The ads
Anyo
come back
last
so
year,
strong
and I
and
decided I wanted to participate, and she wanted to be competitive.
I
this
like
year.
what they did.
So we
the
went for it.
numbers
You
overhaul.
guys look
they did.
amazing. Thank you so much.
Me too.
Thank you.
They're mainly just because they're more
Next, we
bold. They're not
have
like a
Taya
fine
as Mesa
number. Like,
Prime.
it's just easier to see.
This is actually a remake
Yeah.
of her 2019 Mesa Prime cosplay. Oh, yeah.
I know it's
Yeehaw.
not enough, but I always scan a couple of enemies every level, so it's something less to worry about later.
Hi, Taya. Since this is a remake, what was the favorite part that you've made this year?
I love the shoulders and this top bit. There's layers and layers of EVA foam to get the right shapes, and I'm just really happy with how it turned out.
You look absolutely incredible. Thank you for joining us on stage.
What would you like to have?
Next, we've got
ability
Lan
damage,
as Mag Heirloom.
base damage, or shield regen.
We were
Shield
talking
regen,
about
I feel, is
Warframe
kind of
design
useless.
elements,
I feel like
helmets,
it's very similar to
visibility.
Descendant. So
Shout out to
one or the other
Charlie
two.
for
Alright,
absolutely
so
killing it.
the real
Thank you,
question
Charlie.
is, Do you want 10% strength or 40% damage increase?
I'm rusty, so I'm not sure if this is a good answer, but I feel like I want
Strength is
40%.
for your abilities, and damage is just damage.
Yeah, but how much you have and all that stuff, like the intricacies is what I mean.
All right, Lan.
But
What
other
was
than
the
that,
most complicated part?
I feel like I want the damage.
Alright, I just gotta make
this
sure
cosplay?
I'm going to the right one. So it's
The most
power
complicated
this
part
is called
was,
Deathbringer. It's the one I
anyone
need to
saw my
switch it
back,
to.
it's really hard to see, but
Okay,
it
there.
was the engraving on the back.
So I'm gonna
which is
stick near
the
you.
very intricate lotus symbol. And I had to use 2mm craft foam
My-
and a
if you
soldering iron,
see,
and
do you
it
see
traced
them
that,
with
and it
like
was
a
very hard
angel
without,
blue symbol on them? Near me?
moving my fingers correctly
Alright, where are
and
you?
not
What's the
burning
real
through the
question?
foam.
I can see it
Oh, there
from
you
here,
are.
and it's incredible.
So,
Was
if you
there
see
anything
them
else
with
you
a
wanted
blue
to share?
symbol above their
And
head,
I may see the little
they will be
my hands
marked
and
as
my
such.
skirt. There's over 300 of them, and those
I
took
don't
a long
have
while
that
to
part,
make.
so I'm keeping it.
Yeah, me
You
neither. I'll
have to
take it.
cut them out. I had to use an embossing tool to get the divot, and then put them all together into these 4 pieces.
Thank you so much. I'm going to assist you in getting off stage. May I steal your hand, Lan? All right, we're gonna 360 so they can see the back of you again.
Thank you, Arthur.
And then let's walk.
Alright, yeah.
And then there's a staffer.
Blue symbol above head means you kill them, you get the buff.
Oh, okay.
Thank you so much.
I don't know if you see the blue symbol or not. I know they're a blue symbol for me.
While we get Lan safely off stage, let's welcome up Eidolon Outpost as Bombastine.
So, like I said, it's
This
kind
is
of
a
like
truly multimedia project featuring the use of
banner
3D
war, but
printing,
I can have
gold
5
leaf,
circles of
Warbler,
active.
EVA foam, airbrushing, and
Well, that's
pastels.
convenient.
And killing people inside said circles or affected by said buff gives you that.
Absolutely incredible work. I hear the mask, though, is your favorite part. Do you want to talk us through everything that
Try
went
to
into
stick
this?
near you guys so I
Definitely
can
my favorite piece.
assist.
It took me about a year to sculpt because I started back when there were
Because
two pictures of
this
Bombastine,
character's all
so
about supporting their
there was
team.
a lot of revisions, a lot of revisiting it, and then I had to learn how to gold leaf guild, and that was challenging to say the least. But I think it's definitely my favorite piece.
I give you
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Thank you so much.
energy regen and shield regen just off of my auras anyways.
Next
health
up, we
regen.
got
Yeah,
Tina
all 3
as
are.
Urelli.
And I go to Necros double R.
Urelli is hand sewn, featuring foam
Yeah, you
and
double R,
details.
don't you?
Yes, sir.
No, if we just had a Hydron. Hydron or whatever.
Yeah, Hydron. What's the other one? There's one more, too.
Now I do
It's,
have to
it's
ask
another
Urelli,
water-based
where
guy.
is Merlina?
Well, after I got
Yeah,
the
then the
augment, I really
tentacles
didn't
do one
need
thing,
her, but
and then I
Yeah,
can
tentacles.
still break the corpses down that they made them drunk.
What did you make your cosplay out of?
Alloy plate, polymer bundle,
Alright, everybody who's watching, tell your
argon
friends
crystal,
that we're going to have
a lot of
another one of those
tears.
codes up on screen for you to grab a game, go ahead and download EA's Origin and give it away.
I don't know, Urelli, if you want to do one more fantastic spin for everybody. Thank you so much.
I'm hoping to just level up all these weapons.
Yeah.
While you were gone, did you sit in the relay?
Yeah, I sat in the relay.
Nice.
I came back with 6 different things. I think.
Alrighty, Arthur,
that's what
it's
I do
your
too.
turn. We have Logan as Arthur. Just follow the bubbles up the ramp. This cosplay is constructed from a custom bodysuit, armor pieces from EVA foam, and recycled surplus harness parts.
Legacy. After you kill all these guys, I want to see
Absolutely
something.
Fantastic. Tell about the process of making this.
Well, it took about 3.5 months between 3 different people. It's been long. There's been many.
Do you see blue order?
Yeah, I do.
Started with the bodysuit.
So
had to start with the base.
if you're playing with me and I'm
from
playing this
there,
character, just look for
built
that.
on top of it.
And that'll
using,
give you your buff.
Textures from the TennoCon files and
nice.
the concept art of Arthur to build everything you see here.
It's absolutely incredible. Thank you so much. If you wanna
She
make your way off
has
stage.
armor shred in her kit too, so it's pretty dope.
Next, we welcome to the stage Royal Pratt as Mag
Yeah, they have too.
Fans may
Yeah.
recognize this cosplay as Royal
So,
Pratt's
and then once
own
they
iconic in-game
lose all their
glyph.
armor or shields, they get inflicted with burn. So it's just another status effect to happening. Awesome.
Royal Pratt, I've had a moment to discuss with you the really cool resources that you've used for your cosplay, but if you could share with our fellow Tennoan friends how you made your helmet.
Well, mostly it's a little bit hodgepodge of reusable material.
And I practically never run out of
This is
energy
actually
because of
astronaut's helmet
how
that I
she
cut,
is.
and then I dyed in hot water to get the dark dye, and then the rest of it is basically just craft foam with held together by mostly contact cement and hot glue, and the back is able to be taken off so that I can get my head in. I have a big head.
No, it's awesome because we can't see your face at all. Lovely. Thank you so much, Royal Pratt. You look great.
Alrighty. That was the last of our competitive showcase. I do not envy our judges,
Never
Ralph,
says that about that, so
for
I'm gonna
having to
take
pick a winner from that incredible lot of people.
Yours,
I think our
yours.
judges are going to head backtage and deliberate.
Yeah, I've never had
But
anything.
while we are
Doesn't
speaking
say
of winners,
own
let's
or
actually
owned
go
it,
over what our entrants are
I'm gonna grab it.
competing for. I think Ronnie, she's ready to go. First, let's go over our competitive-only prizes, i.e. what everyone you just saw on stage is competing for. Our third place prize will receive $2,000. Thank you, Fishinacci. Our second place winner will receive... they're really big checks, y'all. A whopping $3,000.
What the hell's the name of the company that makes
And
Warframe again?
finally, our first place winner.
What the hell's the
will
name of the company that
receive
makes Warframe again?
I don't know.
$1,000. 10,000. That's a lot of warbler and
Where'd you
hot
guys
glue.
go?
Let me
I'm
tell
trying to
you.
keep things up for you. And you
Alrighty. We also
just keep
mentioned
leaving me.
earlier that there are bonus
yeah,
prizes that
grab
everyone,
everything,
including
play
our
in.
wonderful non-competitive entrants, are eligible for. Think of these as like Mario Party stars. Not every category may be picked, but those who win will receive a very shiny treasure. In this case, it's the Ember Heirloom Pack. Oh yeah. Possible bonus awards include Floofy Cuteness for adorable cosplays that pull at your heartstrings.
I
Oldest
also
Punny
can fly.
For funny cosplays that elicit a laugh. Stellaris workmanship for
now that
cosplays
I'm
displaying
leveled up.
incredible skill. And Master Tisoni for cosplays featuring furry or otherwise friends. Alrighty. So our judges definitely need more time to deliberate, so I am so sorry to ask this of everyone, but let's get you all back up on stage. Specifically our
takes a lot
competitive
of energy,
entrants.
goddamn.
They will need a little bit of time, but it's important, so they're all here for when we distribute the prizes. Now, speaking of shiny treasures, I do need a giveaway box if someone backstage can hand it to me. I do actually have something that Bird 3, let me find him, sorry. Oh, he's falling over. My lovely Bird 3 has prepared an extra shiny treasure for us. I lost a shiny treasure on the floor. Where is it?
Oh,
my
no,
goodness,
not
this
the
is my fault
slew.
for adding so much to this basket. I don't know if you can see up close, camera guy, and I'm so sorry to ask this of you, but this is actually an atomocycle key. So Arthur might recognize it. You might recognize it later on. But this was actually made by Kaz Adams in the DE studio. You might have seen Reb wearing one around her neck. But there are very few of these in existence. And so we do have a giveaway box somewhere. Oh, right behind our lovely cosplayers. And we're going to pull a name. And if your name is called and you're here, you will be taking this home with you. So... Mike Nole. Mike Nolet. Are you here? Ah, Mike! Let's go, Mike! You can just come up to the front of the stage if you don't mind, Mike. Where is he coming from? Oh, I see him. Hi, Mike! Now, please do not use this to try and start the atomocycle that you see on the stage floor. It will not work. Do you want to come up on stage and receive it? You're welcome to.
Affinity is what again?
All right, introducing Mike cosplaying as a TennoCon attendant.
That's your
There you
damn,
go,
I'm not
Mike.
sure.
Yeah.
I know
Come
what's
back to your
important.
seat. Thank you so much.